answer to both. So am I going to line one here? Yeah, that's what I'm going to. All right, let me go to Jeannie, I believe is her name. Let's see if I have this up and running. Hi, Jeannie, good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, Jeannie. Oh, hold on.
You got to get
the song is playing. Jeannie, how many orange whips and how many meatball sandwiches?
3 orange whips.
And how many meatball
right?
sandwiches?
4 or 5.
No. You can't guess. You need to know the answer to both of them.
Take a try.
All right, it's all good, but
4 or
thank you.
5.
I appreciate it. 4 or 5.
Under 10.
How hungry are you?
All right, hang on. Let me go to Pete. Hey, Pete, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. All right, Pete, how many orange whips and how many meatball sandwiches?
I'm going to have to say 3 orange whips in Blues Brothers and 2 meatball sandwiches. I don't remember the movie. But
You don't need to know. You just need to know the answer. That's right, yeah. It's Point Break, by the way. So 3 orange whips from the Blues Brothers, 2 meatball sandwiches from Point Break. And Pete has got it right. So, Pete, hang on a second here, and we are going to get your information, my man. Hold on a second here. And we are going to set you up with a pair of Maurice Piers same-day ride and water park combo tickets. And I don't know if I'm going to read the rest of this. I don't know if it's still the big friggin' deal or not. It is at the Fanatic from what I'm reading up here.
All
so
right.
I don't
No,
really
it is.
know. Oh, yeah, it's MMR's big friggin' deal. For a limited time only, you can get a same-day ride and water park ticket to Maurice Piers for just $70. You'll enjoy unlimited rides on 3 piers and both water parks for the whole day. If you buy a family 4-pack of tickets, you'll save $200. You can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deals. At the box office, North American box office, people were hitting it out of the park Memorial Day weekend. It was a record, actually, with the top 10 films earning over $325 million altogether. So Lilo and Stitch won the box office during the 4-day weekend, pulling out a massive $183 million in its debut, which is now the largest 4-day Memorial Day weekend opening of all time. Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, debuted in second place. It made $77 million, giving it the best opening weekend of the Mission Impossible series. Final Destination Bloodlines slipped to third place with $24.5 million. And rounding out the top 5 with Thunderbolts in fourth with $11.6 and Sinners in fifth place with $11.2 million over the holiday weekend.
That feels like when you used to go to the movies and there'd be a multiple options. Yeah. Okay, I can't. This is sold out, but I have something to see. It seems like it's back to that now.
Seems like it. All right, the American Music Awards were yesterday, hosted by J-Lo. The night was jam-packed with big moments and big performances, while Kendrick Lamar led the nominations with 10. He only walked away with 1 award for favorite hip-hop song. But Billie Eilish, she was a big winner, and I'll run down some of the list here in a moment. Taylor Swift was up for 6 nominations. She ended up walking away with nothing.
Wow. Nothing!
Despite empty-handed, she still holds the record for the most wins in the American Music Awards history with 40. She didn't make the big night, of course, because she wasn't going to win anything.
So one of the things I keep mentioning, and to be honest, I completely forgot that it was on, that your biggies like Beyonce and Sabrina Carpenter and Taylor Swift, that they weren't in attendance for the event. They kind of had to scramble.
But Janet Jackson was.
She sure was.
We got a clip. She won the Icon Award.
My story, my family's story, it's truly an American story. This would have only happened in America.
So Janet's the icon.
I don't think I want to see it.
They've only handed out a few of those.
Yeah, it's true.
And then Rod Stewart won, what was Lifetime Achievement Award?
Lifetime Achievement.
All right, here's a clip of him.
When I started singing in the early 60s, well before all of you lot were here, the reason I got into it was because I had this burning ambition to sing. That's all I wanted to do. I didn't want to be rich or famous. And here I am a few years later, picking up this wonderful award. Thank you so much.
By the way, His performance, really good. He
yeah.
has not really, at his age, he's still putting out.
I love Rod Stewart. He really melts my butter.
He does melt your butter.
But I had the chance to see him a long time ago, it was like 30 years ago in concert. It was outstanding.
I love hearing that.
Just the best. And yes, you're right, Steve. Dude still got it.
Yeah.
So good on him. So as far as the award winners, and I'll just hit some of the big awards, and then I'll hit the Rock Awards, which is very lightly represented.
That's pretty quick.
Artist of the Year, Billie Eilish. New Artist of the Year, Gracie Abrams. Album of the Year, Billie Eilish with Hit Me Hard and Soft. And Song of the Year, Billie Eilish for Birds of a Feather. She won 7 awards. She won everything she was nominated for, from what I understand. Favorite male pop artist went to Bruno Mars. Favorite female pop artist went to Billie Eilish. Favorite pop album went to Billie Eilish. Favorite pop song went to Billie Eilish. And favorite rock artist. There are 2 categories here. Favorite rock artists. No, there are 3. 21 Pilots was the winner of that. Favorite rock album, 21 Pilots with Clancy. And favorite rock song actually went to Linkin Park, The Emptiness Machine, which I was happy about because I really like that song a lot. So, AMAs, there you go, in the books, all kinds of awards. You can go look it up if you want to know all the details if you missed it last night. I have some other entertainment stories to pass along. In a candid interview with Hollywood Authentic, Barry Keoghan revealed he's been battling with addiction. He said, "I'm not in denial anymore. I understand that I do have an addiction and that I am an addict." The actor also reflected on his family's history with substance abuse, sharing, "I've lost 2 uncles and a cousin to drugs," and that both of his parents died from related struggles as well.
It's tough when it's in your family like that.
Despite becoming a father in 2022, he admitted that his curiosity about drugs persisted. He said, "Even my own son coming into this world didn't stop me from being curious." And he attributed some of the drug use to the pressures of Hollywood, saying, "You go to L.A., there's an enormous amount of pressure." And now in recovery, he said, "I'm accepting, I'm present, I'm content, I'm a father." And he also expressed remorse, adding, "I apologize to mainly myself for all the pain I apologize. Thank you."
There it is.
Did he apologize to anybody else?
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Yes.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
Listen, he had everybody. Wasn't he involved with Sabrina Carpenter? Were they an item for a long time?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe.
I thought that was the case. And so I'm wondering if his addiction caused, or at least led in some way, to the breakup. Because, I live and die by this stuff.
Yeah. Can you guys guess who I get him mixed up with?
You know what? I hope you can help me, because he reminds me of somebody else, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
The Flash?
Yeah.
Ezra
Miller.
Ezra Miller, yeah.
And when I see a photo of them,
similar?
I'm like, unless I see the name, I don't know which one that is, because they just have a similar vibe and look about him, and I will not know unless I see the name nearby.
I think you're right. He's gone radio silent, Ezra Miller.
Yeah. So anyhow, he said that he's put himself and a lot of other people through pain, and he's apologizing, for Christ's sake. Jordan Hudson, girlfriend of Bill Belichick, is fueling engagement rumors once again. And this time it's thanks to a trip through the Raleigh-Durham airport. Photos of Hudson over the weekend.
I want a ring, and I want it from the Raleigh-Durham airport.
Show the former cheerleader sporting what looked like a diamond ring on her left hand, of course, while waiting for her flight. And the rings also made an appearance at an NYC museum luncheon and dinner outing in April.
Look, girlies, guess who's marrying a corpse?
Adding more fuel to the flames, the New York Times reports that Hudson has told at least one person that she and Belichick are engaged, and let's not forget the recently updated name of Belichick's boat. Remember, it's now called 1+8 Rings. And so far, neither have confirmed anything.
Statutory is the name of the boat.
But Hudson has a habit of wearing a ring on her, it says left index finger, but that's not where you wear your wedding ring. But anyhow, back in February, she sparked engagement rumors with an Instagram pic celebrating her and Bill's meatversary, not meatversity.
That's where you go to learn about meat.
Yeah,
Welcome to Meatversity.
She wore an impressive ring alongside Bill's championship ring. So.
This class will focus entirely on London broil.
So they continue to have people talking about potentially tying the knot.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Yes.
You think they are going to get married?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that now he's invested and he's got something to prove as well in that, hey, I'll do what I want to do.
Yeah.
And this, we are a couple and she loves me because of who I am.
I just
and I'm
wipe my
gonna prove
ass
it.
on another guy's leg. I'm going to do whatever I want.
Yep. Jessica Alba appears to have moved on from ex-husband Cash Warren, and she was seen spending time with a mystery man in London's Regent Park. Seemingly trying to stay low-key, she was photographed holding hands and kissing with the man during what onlooker called a very intimate outing. The sighting comes 5 months after Alba and Warren separated following nearly 17 years of marriage. In a post to Instagram earlier this year, Alba said, "It's now time for us to embark on a new chapter of growth and evolution as individuals."
Do people really say that?
Chapter, yeah. She emphasized that their children remain our highest priority and asked for privacy. So,
How many times have you turned to Rochelle on any particular morning and say, "Today I'm going to embark on a new journey"?
on a new chapter of my journey. Yes.
Who says that? Who talks that way?
I know.
It says social media talk.
All right, this is another. All these people are looking to hook up or to meet up with people, and for the first time in a long time, Heather Locklear is single.
I hope she's doing better. She had some breaks with reality.
Yeah, she had a split from her fiance, Chris Heiser, and sources close to the couple maintain that it was a quiet split with no drama.
I hate you.
With things just having run their course.
I hate you too.
Us Magazine quotes one source saying, Heather and Chris are no longer together. Heather is single. She's ready to date again. The couple briefly dated in high school in the 70s, actually. And they reunited in 2017 after getting engaged in 2020.
If you, obviously you're happily married.
Yeah.
Do you think and I don't want to get in trouble, but was there anybody you dated in high school who you wonder, I wonder if
that could have worked out.
This could have worked out.
Yeah, there's a couple people.
Yeah,
I mean, just curious if how. And I think it's natural to think about that type of thing.
Right.
How would that have worked? How would my life be different? Would that type of thing have worked out? And I wonder what life would have been like. It's not saying you want to replace it, but it's a general curiosity. But sure, yeah. How about you?
And you know what? They ended up being friends, but it was not meant to be long term.
Yeah, I know, but what would it have been like? Had
what would have been like? It wouldn't have been good.
Ever think about that? Okay. All right. Chrissy Teigen freaked out fans and followers last week when she posted an Instagram live video of her in a hospital bed with her entire head bandaged up. And despite the alarming visual, the model was smiling, but people were still confused. And seeing the reaction, she jumped on Instagram stories to set things straight. She said, "A lot of you are wondering about my hospital pic, which is very understandable as I gave no explanation." And she said, "I had a hairline lowering procedure. Oh. Lost a lot in the front from babies, and it's just very thin up there."
I've heard that, so maybe you guys can echo this, that after childbirth, it's not uncommon for women to thin hair-wise.
But even what's weird is I think they, during pregnancy, can get thicker.
Is that right?
In the hair, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Steve, I've never looked into it.
That's how I lost my hair.
Yeah, is that what happened?
It's childbirth.
Wow.
It's interesting because she's wearing this thing and it looks kind of fun. And her picture is kind of delightful. She's smiling. But have you seen this thing that they advertise on TV now that's supposed to rejuvenate the skin? Preston, it looks like Hannibal Lecter's meat mask that he's wearing. Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I haven't seen it.
It is a. Have you seen the commercials?
Wait a minute. It's for your hair, but you wear it on your face?
No, it's for your face. It's for your rejuvenate your skin.
Oh, okay.
And it's this whole thing. It looks bizarre.
Well, I've seen, so there are ones, Steve, that you buy in these packs and you put them on and then you can take them off later on and throw them away. They're like disposable.
I don't know if this one is. I think this is more you turn it on. And
okay. Yeah. Because we used to put the ones that looked like you were wearing a meat mask, and it would. I'd come in and like Shell would have one. I'd be like, "Oh dear God!" And there are those, but I haven't seen what you're talking about, Marissa.
Steve, are you talking about the red light mask?
It's like the red light mask.
It looks like Jason's mask.
Yeah,
but there's a red light, and it's like an infrared light that's just supposed to be good for your skin.
Okay, it looks weird as hell.
Yeah, all those things.
Yeah, wait for the commercial. It'll pop up and it'll scare the crap out of you.
But the ones that I'm talking about, they like you peel them off.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, those are like daily masks. They also
Yes.
sell those now that reusable. So you're like cutting down on your waist.
So these are similar. They're not exactly.
Nah, this looks like Ultraman.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
You look like
Oh.
Ultraman if you're wearing that thing.
It's like Paul Bettany.
That's
Vision.
badass. Wow. Okay. All right, let me see. So she just got a hair, a hairline lowering. So she said.
Do they just pull down on the chin? Is that what happens?
Maybe that's what they
Yeah,
do. No, she said I lost a lot in front. She said when you see it on, she's talking about that it would look thin up there. She said when you see it on a carpet, it's always extensions. Having cleared the air a little bit, she added that she would share more later, adding that it really is, Steve, a journey.
It's a journey.
It's a journey. That
I
she's
had
on.
no idea that extensions were as common as they
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Marissa had them on for
Yeah.
a while.
And
You
her-
have them on
yours look-
now?
They look good.
Yeah, those. How long are you keeping those in?
So every 6 weeks, I go to Joseph Anthony and they push them up, and then they just stay in.
Okay.
Cecily had, she's,
Yeah.
Cecily Tynan,
Has
yes.
them now.
It's
Yeah,
like a whole
actually,
new
right
look
now.
when you add them.
Yeah.
And so when they go in, they're sturdy. They stay in. They don't fall out easily or anything.
No, not whatsoever. Yeah,
Okay.
they're like little beads and they're like tied up there and they just give you a little more fullness.
Can I ask why not just grow your hair longer?
It's not about it's not always about length.
About
it's
body?
about body and fullness.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, I learned about them long time ago from the show 90210. Remember like the reboot of
Yes,
it?
I
went to
absolutely.
my hairdresser and I was like, "Ooh, can you make my hair look like this?" And he's like, "That's not real hair." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And that's how I learned about it.
Yeah, they're very common.
All right, after being seen and practicing for their big day on Saturday, Demi Lovato and fiance Jordan Lutz are married now. The couple made it official Sunday in a California ceremony surrounded by family and friends. I love you. For those wondering, Lovato rocked a custom pearl white Vivienne Westwood gown with a corset bodice and a cathedral-style tulle veil.
God, she stole my dress.
Changing out for a second Westwood look, an ivory silk satin column dress with a draped corset top for the reception. The couple went public with their relationship in August of 2022, with Lutz popping the question in December of 2023. So,
gathered here today.
oh my God.
Enjoying this man and woman in holy matrimony.
Rocky was the
They wanted him to be the officiant.
officiant of the ceremony.
I know some of you here today don't like me much. I don't like you none either. But forget about that.
She looks. It's a cool.
Amazing.
It's a cool dress that she's wearing.
Yeah.
The one that she slimmed down to or switched into looks very.
It looks
know,
basic but classy.
Yeah, 50s starlet type of thing. So.
I like, she's got some cool ink. She's got a little spider web on her shoulder. That means prison time, right?
Yeah, she definitely killed
and,
somebody. at some
she's
point.
got the eagle for our team, the Eagles on her neck. Or am I missing that, Casey?
No. It's definitely an
That's
Eagles
a
tattoo.
Super Bowl
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a Super Bowl.
But wait, who's this guy again?
This guy is.
Do we like him?
Yes, if she's happy, I've taken a very fatherly approach to Demi Lovato, and
Yeah.
and if this man is doing right by her and is going to treat her right, then I'm all supportive of this.
He is a musician. Nick pulled up his Instagram, and I see pictures of him singing into him.
You would know him from the album Music You've Never Heard.
Singing into a microphone. So,
During the
yeah.
next commercial break, I'm going to listen to one of his songs. I'll let you know if I approve of this.
Thank you, sir. All right, big changes for the cast of Saturday Night Live could be coming following the late night sketch show wrapping up its 50th season. Cast member Keenan Thompson spoke with Page Six about the long-running show and shared that the end of season 50 was bittersweet, adding, quote, "It feels like there's maybe possibly a lot of changes next year," but he didn't stop there. He said, "You want everyone to stay forever, knowing that people may be making decisions this summer. It's always like you want your kids to stay young." Thompson's been on the show himself for 22 seasons so far, but he shares that he has not signed a contract for the 23rd season. Some fans online have been theorizing that Bowen Yang may be stepping away after they saw him give an emotional hug to Sarah Sherman, though he said that he was just processing completing the season.
Well, I'm not going to say it pisses me off, but there's sometimes they'll have people on for just a season and like, oh, they're fitting in nicely. I got some funny bits. And then they just S-can them.
Yeah, it happens. And there's so many people, I don't watch, but when you guys mention cast members from time to time, I'm like, who?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they have,
Bowen
I don't
Yang,
know. What do they got it like? maybe a dozen cast members or something like that.
Yeah, and then and featuring. So if you had them on, probably in that range, even sometimes 15 or 16.
Yeah, so we'll see where they go with it. All right, The Devils Wear Prada 2 has a premiere date. But the interesting thing about it, none of the original actors are officially on board as of yet.
All right.
The sequel to the popular 2006, it says comedy here. I would say it was, I don't know if that was comedy.
There were
drama with light moments, maybe.
There were moments of laughter, but there was, both you and I are huge fans of that movie. I just really enjoy it. I think you'd have to have somebody back from the cast.
It's slated for theaters May 1st, 2026. Now, while the central stars from the original film, Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, and Stanley Tucci, are not yet signed, the rumored storyline does center around Streep and Blunt's characters. And according to reports, this sounds interesting. The sequel follows Streep's Miranda Priestley as she navigates her career amid the decline of traditional magazine publishing, and as she faces off against Blunt's character, now a high-powered executive for a luxury group with advertising dollars that Priestley desperately needs.
I could see that.
Yes.
I like that. That works for me. What was so great about the first one is that Amanda Priestley, by the end of it, she gives that recommendation, letter to, God, I'm having a brain fart. Her underling, who has left the company.
Andy was her name in the movie.
Anne Hathaway.
Yeah.
And it was really, everyone had different shades of their character. No one was black and white.
Yep. I just hope Stanley Tucci's on board because he was
great.
Really interesting
And he
side
got
character.
royally screwed out of a of a career in that.
With less than a year to go, further news should be coming sooner rather than later.
I'd like to see Pacino in it, reviving his role from the Devil's Advocate.
Okay.
Playing the devil.
He'd be good with that, of course. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Vince Vaughn is no longer dodging rumors about the Dodgeball sequel. In his recent sit-down with The Hollywood Reporter, the actor spoke on if there is any progress. He said, there's always talk of these, meaning sequels. He said, Dodgeball, actually, there is an idea that's pretty good, but nothing for sure, he said, adding that he would only make a sequel if the story is right, if the extension is something that makes sense. He even pointed out that he has some free time in the near future that could possibly give him room to make it happen. He said, I'm going to start the second season of Bad Monkey, which is great. And then I have another thing that I'm going to do, but I would definitely. So he said with the script, with a good idea already floating around and if it makes it to his desk, another movie is looking possible.
So I don't see this as a theatrical release. I see this taking the Happy Gilmore 2 route, which is like a Netflix thing.
Yeah.
So then there's not that much writing on it. The original movie, which I love, is a junk food movie. It's not, it's not particularly brilliant, but I'd love to see the same group.
And at the time, it was funny, and the idea of Dodgeball and adults playing it, but I don't know how they would rekindle that sport in particular. I don't know.
Maybe they go to another sport.
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe they go pickleball.
Pickleball.
Yeah.
Who knows? All right, now we're ready to play some clips for you. Now that Cobra Kai has wrapped, the time for a new Karate Kid to step up has arrived. And in this clip, Ralph Macchio explains why Ben Wang is a perfect fit to take the lead in Karate Kid Legends.
Ben has done such amazing work in this film, and his preparedness and work ethic, his natural ability to want to enhance this franchise. The right guy got the right part, and that's a big part of this franchise. I'd like to say for myself, I was the right kid at the right time.
Yeah! Karate Kid Legends hits theaters this weekend. I might have to go see that in the movie theater. All right, next clip, here we go. Brad Rutter remains the all-time highest money winner in Jeopardy history. And here, Jeopardy Masters host Ken Jennings talks about facing the GOAT again, this time from the other side of the podium.
This is special to me because Brad, best Jeopardy player of his generation, which means I had to play him 5 times or so, and I was always the runner-up to this guy. Like, the best I ever played, the guy I always had the hardest time beating, and I'm very relieved that this time I'm the host and they gave me all the correct responses and I don't have to play against this guy again.
Well,
Oh, yeah, Nate.
New episode of Jeopardy Masters airs tonight. You'll find that on ABC.
Yeah, I watch it all the time. Love it. And Ken's doing a great job, man.
Yeah, he is.
Brad's a big Eagles fan. He grew up in the area, and one year when he won something, he bet 41. What was the score, KDC? 41-33
against the Eagles Pats game?
Yeah. So that was his bet as a nod to the Eagles.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. We do want to remind you that today's school, Teacher High School, is Henderson High School in Westchester. And if you want to vote, you text the word teacher to 610-660-9333. We'll send you the voting link. Tomorrow morning, we'll find out who that winner is. It's also Tattoo Tuesday, so make sure you go to WMMR.com and you can get signed up, possibly win that free tattoo from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philly. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hope you stay right there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR.
And it was in the middle of the road, case, and so I was just trying to shoo it off of the road. But those things like hiss at you.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I'm just trying to help out, buddy.
Yeah.
I hope we got run over.
Let me go to.
Well, listen, fool don't want no help.
I got Kelly on the line. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Kelly?
Oh,
Thank you.
Back in like the late 70s, early 80s, it was a thing in Philly, apparently where I lived, where people had monkeys.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like one of those little monkeys that was on Friends.
Okay,
And
like Capuchin monkey.
Capuchin, yeah.
So my dad used to let it run around the house, and one day it was sitting on my shoulder, and he was a nasty thing. He would like steal cigarettes, and he would rip up things, and he was sitting on my shoulder, and my dad said, "Oh, turn your head, he's going to kiss you." I turned my head, and he bit me.
Where did he bite you? On your face?
On my face, yeah, I have a scar.
Oh,
you have a scar from the friggin' monkey.
I'll show it to you on Friday. I'll be at Keenan.
Yes. Tell us your monkey scar, girl, and we'll showcase that.
If you have a monkey scar, come down to Keenan's. We want to see it.
Wow, Kelly, did you have to get any stitches or anything like that?
They didn't take you to the hospital back then.
Nah. Just put a piece of gum on it. Wow. All right.
I don't have any stitches.
All right. Well, we'll see you on Friday, Kelly.
Okay, perfect.
Scarface is your name from here on, by the way.
By the way, monkey's gonna monkey. It's gonna do people, and I remember people would get those things. There was a Woolworths that had a pet section when I was growing up.
Yeah.
It had a pet section, Kathy, and there was a chimp in there.
Yeah.
A chimp. I'm like, what?
I do remember like odd animals in the Woolworths section. I remember always wanting to get birds, and my mom was like, absolutely not.
Birds. They were like blue.
Yeah.
Yes.
They were nice colored birds. That's why I liked them.
Parakeets?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, they were right down from the chimps.
Finches or something.
Finches, maybe, yeah.
My friend got an alligator, and I believe he bought it legally at a place that's not even there anymore. Nick, you might remember this. Is you're driving down the Blue Route just past Broomall. There's a place called Jobu Pets.
Yeah.
And he got it.
Jobu.
Yes. And he got an alligator from Jobu Pets. What? I know. And we would be in there in his, he had a
You have any more alligators?
He had a giant aquarium in his room, and one time he decided he needed to clean the aquarium while we were all in there. I was like, dude, and they just took the thing out. Like,
had he been bitten by it?
He had.
Yeah. I'm not down with that. No.
All right, we'll go to Jen next. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what were you bitten by?
So when I was 14 years old, I was down in the Outer Banks, and the people I was staying with thought it would be a good idea to go feed the wild horses that were underneath our house. So we bought a whole
She's talking about cave horses.
Underneath your house?
No, the wild horses in the Outer Banks.
Okay.
Yeah, but they were under your house?
Yeah, because they used to, up in Corolla, they used to roam the whole top of the island.
Oh,
okay.
Dirt horses.
They were corralled.
All right, so, and was this a house up on stilts or something?
Yeah, it was
that makes sense. No, they were earth horses. They burrow into the ground.
Okay.
No, but so listen, I know for a fact that a horse bite can really F you up. So how big was the chomp?
So we joke about it because I got my first hickey from them. It was the giantest bruise on my shoulder. I got trapped between the air conditioner and the house, and the horse just wanted the apple that I had already given.
Oh, my God.
So the horse was about to kill you for an apple.
Oh, I was terrified. And then my mom, I don't know where she came from. She came out of nowhere screaming and yelling, and she luckily scared the horse away before anything else happened. But I can just remember he was walking towards me, and I turned around, and first he was like eating my ponytail.
Man, so listen, if you get, obviously we've all been in proximity to horses. Look at the size of their heads.
Oh my God.
Look at the size of their mouths.
Yeah.
I mean, that can make some heavy damage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We just don't think about it because they're horses. They're our friends.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Ed.
But yeah, they're the power of their jaws has got to be extreme. They could easily, bite something off if they wanted to. Let's see. We have a lot of great calls here. I will go next to. There's a lot of monkey calls, believe it or not.
Hey.
Let's go to Liam. Hi, Liam. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, Liam. All right, you have a monkey story.
Yeah. Actually, so when I was 13, I'm 28 now, but when I was 13, my family took a trip to Punta Cana, and there's a gentleman next to the pool that had a monkey on a leash, letting people take pictures with it. So my brother talked me into going over to it. It climbs up my leg onto my shoulder, smiles with me, takes a picture, climbs back down, and is holding his hand out. And I thought he wanted a little handshake. So I gave him my thumb, and he just hacked right into it.
Oh!
I want to shake your hand.
To top it off, I'm 13. What do? They take me over to the bar and just pour vodka on.
Well, that's how you respond to a monkey bite. Yeah.
So the monkey was looking for a tip, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Dude, I want money, and I'll rip your goddamn head off if you don't give me some.
And it's funny because
nasty. Thanks, Liam.
they are those monkeys that are part of tourism and the people trained for for tips and stuff like that. They get very aggressive. And I'm surprised that a lot of places where you wouldn't figure they would allow that do allow that because they can freak out at the drop of a hat.
Yeah. So we've had an ostrich bite. We've had several monkey bites. What else we get here? We got another
Horse.
Yeah. There's bird bites and all this. But how about this one? Let's go to Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi. Welcome.
Hey, welcome. Welcome to you. What's up, Jessica?
Thanks for having us over.
Thank you. We appreciate you having us on your show.
I've never been on the radio before.
It's all right. I say something like that on a daily basis.
Preston, what's the latest phrase?
Good morning to see you.
Preston said that, so you're absolutely
Good morning
fine,
to see you. It's all good, Jessica. What's up?
Welcome.
I was in Indiana, and there was a large cat rescue, and they had accidentally had baby tigers. And so for an extra like $5, you could go in and visit that with them. Who doesn't want to go pet a tiger?
Right.
And they were about the size of a big lab. So they weren't huge, but big enough that one decided like my calf looked really tasty, and it bit down on my calf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it didn't break any skin, but it left a good bruise, and it scared the bejeebies out of me. But,
Jessica, you said it was the size of a large lab?
Of like a dog.
I mean, that's a big animal. If a dog that size bites you, that's problematic. If you have one that's trained to do that, that's basically wild.
Yeah,
and it clamps down. Yeah,
this isn't a kitten. This is a young tiger. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I didn't card it, but it was definitely older than like an adolescent.
Yeah.
Was it able to buy alcohol?
That's pretty wild, Jessica. You have a tiger bite. That's way up there on bragging rights.
Yeah.
I like to use it in the whole 2 truths and a lie.
Yeah, totally.
Because no one believes it.
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate that. Wow. Do you remember when the trainer that we knew would bring Louie in here, Louie the chimpanzee? Man, I'll never forget that. He brought him in a couple times. It was really cool to be that close to a chimpanzee and hold him and so on. But he was always on guard.
Yes.
The trainer was like he didn't lighten up for a moment.
No, because he said at any moment, like he was stronger than everyone in the room.
Absolutely. And that if he were to become unhinged, we got real trouble.
And he said that, like the 3 of the children's parties, every 4th one he'd have to shoot the in front of the kids.
Well, and he would bring, he would.
Get out of the way!
They would bring them to parties and things like that. We had them out.
We did too, Kat.
And you know how it eventually ended. I don't remember if it was Louis or I think he had Mikey too. Yeah. But they got out of their. All he would say was they got out of their cage and they had to send them to zoos.
Yeah.
Well, he was. Didn't he bring? He brought in one time a cub, a bear cub.
Oh yeah.
And it was my wife. And my wife, the bear cub fell asleep. Claire came in. My wife just because she couldn't believe it, and I said, "You got to get a chance to pet a bear cub." The bear cub fell asleep on her lap. She was sitting on the floor. Those spikes on that that's a bear cub. Yeah. Those things look like Wolverine. Yeah. It doesn't have anything on these friggin' things. It was unbelievable.
So, did you guys see the movie Nope by any chance?
Yes.
Because there's like an underlying theme of a chimp like going crazy. I mean, it's terrifying because, I mean, it was a fictional thing in the movie, but
it's not inaccurate.
What that thing did, it could, that could have happened in here.
Looking back on Louie and Mikey, like they were cute when they were here, but I'm
not a great idea.
No, it was not smart. Like they're wild animals, and they shouldn't be kept in cages like that.
We also had the white Bengal tigers. Remember that?
Yep. Yep. That was well before Tiger King came out, and we didn't realize that any yokel could walk around with.
The possum bowl doesn't seem so bad now, does it?
Yeah. Right. Let me see here. Okay, since we did mention snapping turtles, we got to go to Tom here real quick. Hey, Tom, morning, bud.
Good morning to see you.
Yes, very good. Good morning to see you. Good morning, welcome. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, I used to go camping a lot when I was younger, and I would always bring a friend. And this one friend, he was like huge into reptiles. He always had, snakes, lizards, turtles, and all that kind of stuff. So there was always like little kind of sitting ponds around. There was always frogs, snakes, turtles, and stuff. So we would go looking. And one time we didn't see this thing, but a huge snapper out of nowhere bit him on his ankle.
Snapper.
And it like ripped the vein out. Like a mile away from the campsite, we had to run back, and I'm a fat boy, so it sucked. It was bad.
Did you guys have to wrap a tourniquet around him or anything?
Once we got back.
Wow.
It took probably 20 minutes to get back
oh my
to the campsite. But he needed stitches. I think he got like 8 stitches.
Dude, that's why one of the things that you see the lunatics. There's a guy who had I think a TV show. He's had not a tooth in his mouth, but he would go into the murky, muddy water.
Yes.
And apparently snapping turtles make for great.
So you guys are voting for coolest teacher. So just heads up on that. Text word teacher to 610-660-9333. We send you the voting link. That's how that whole thing works. And then tomorrow morning we're going to find out who the winner is. And just in the nick of time, graduations are coming up very, very soon.
Yeah.
Very, very soon. So we've got a graduation party on Friday.
Do you?
At our house, yes. And then there's various graduation parties on the way.
We're graduating on Sunday.
This Sunday. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Jeez.
Well, outside of all that, there was an interesting viral video that popped up over the weekend. French President Emmanuel Macron was arriving in Vietnam for an appearance, and he's about ready to get off of their plane. The door is open of the aircraft, and you see him facing sideways talking to someone, and all of a sudden you see a hand with a red sleeve on it reach out and shove him in the face. And then a little while later, his wife walks out, and she's wearing a red dress.
Yeah.
A red outfit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And so when he gets shoved in the face, it's so funny because he looks annoyed, and then he turns and he sees people outside and cameras, and then he just smiles and goes, "Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Nice to see you." And he waves, and he plays it off, and he said later on that they were just bickering and they were joking around and having some kind of fun.
And so she punched me in the face. Bonjour.
So whatever it was, I think she was pissed at him, and she's like, "Whatever, I'm not putting up with your crap," and shoved him in the face.
Nothing screws up your big walk down the steps of a jet, like that. The big presentation with the press there, as getting cold cocked by your wife. But the
Steve, you know how you and Claire joke around.
all the
She'll
time. She'll punch me in the face.
Yeah.
I'll do like a half Nelson.
Yeah.
That's the things we do. Fortunately, Claire is not of the mind, or am I, to let things fester and be on display in public.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, I don't care how bad it is, if we're having a bad run, that gets played out in public. Though I have known throughout the years couples that have seemed to love it or wait for the moment when they're in public to go ballistic. And it is so uncomfortable, but so wild.
Oh,
it's nightmarish.
It's when it's not happening to you, it's awesome. It is the best thing to see. You're like, look at that.
Watch
look at that.
this.
Watch this.
Where are my Where are my binoculars?
I go, he's dead right
He's
now.
dead meat. But I mean, there are times when you dance on the edge and you're close to, reeling it in. Have you ever had an exchange, a fight?
Sure. I mean, well, with one.
I mean, people can tell if it's tense. You know?
No, I mean, Rochelle and I know. Definitely not. We will not we will not air our dirty laundry or let things get so bad that you have a screaming match in
public.
But no, my old girlfriend of mine have told many stories about her.
Burnt rubber?
Burnt rubber.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. She was a public fighter, without question.
Would she get you into crap?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She wasn't the bottle thrower, was she?
Drink thrower, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yep. Yep. She was a drink thrower. That was always fun.
Your little baptism.
Like just tossing a drink in somebody's face. It's like, oh my God, now by association, I have to deal with this.
Right.
You are kidding me.
You have now brought me into a conflict with a guy named Gunther. Yeah.
It's just terrible. But
even that, like, just getting into it publicly,
Yep.
like, you can just put on an act for a little bit and then get into it when you get home.
That's the way we play.
Yeah.
It was just like, if I got in trouble at Mass, I never knew that I got in trouble at Mass until I got home.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then when I got home, I was like, oh, man, really? Why didn't you say anything an hour ago when you were pissed off? Like, because we're not going to do this in public.
How good are you at reading your wife?
I'm a master.
I know instantly.
I
know instantly.
I am illiterate when it comes to actual words.
Yeah.
And then I am a master reader when it comes to,
body language.
and all that. Yeah.
Facial expressions,
Yeah.
whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And when that happens, you're like, oh, man, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
We're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're going to start a journey.
Yeah.
I think I'm never going to I'm never going to go home. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm just
That's
going to
my
go.
journey.
I'm joining.
It's taking me to the Motel 6.
Diana, join the circus. What? But it's always that sort of case.
Yeah. If a public fighter has ever been a part of your relationships, feel free to reach out to us, 610-660-9333. Whether you were the instigator or it was the other way around and had to deal with that, because that is that's a whole skill set that that's a tough one.
It's difficult, especially in his case, where he's going to say, "We're just playing."
Yeah,
we're just
right.
And I mean, listen, if that was so, you can give a little bit and say, okay, maybe that's a little thing, and she just pushed his face and so on and so forth. But if someone is physically, if it is not that, and she like pushes his face.
Yeah. But what other excuse are you going to come up with? They need to say something,
right?
And so we were just playing. I think is maybe the default easiest excuse or whatever.
Yeah.
I had a friend in college, and he's a great guy, really like even keeled, and he, I don't know if thrived on it is the right word, but like he and his now wife, and they've been together for a long, long time. Man, they would have knockdown dragouts in public. And it was so uncomfortable to be around. And they've been married for a long time. Maybe they just evolved past it or whatever. Or maybe that passion led to like great sex or who knows what else.
Right.
But like they got so fired up in public that then they had really good makeup sex. I don't know. But for whatever reason, like it would happen enough that we knew that they were the couple that happened to. And I couldn't stand being around it.
Are they still together?
They've been married for a long, long time.
Now that I think about it, there was a couple who we were friends with, and it was out of high school, early 20s and so on, and they would sometimes at parties get into it in front of all of us. Mm-hmm. They're still together.
Yeah.
They got 2 kids. They've been together for 30-some-odd years.
Was there a common theme that caused them to go at each other?
Alcohol?
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah. Once that starts, you know what I don't like about you? Please tell me.
Oh, my God, yes. You know what I hate about you?
Yeah. By the way, are there any traveling circuses in town?
Let me go to, hang on a second, is he on hold or not? I think I have Max who's going to be joining us. Max, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
So I wasn't in this relationship, but I know someone that was.
Okay.
And one night, like they were always fighting. They're always fighting all the time. And then one night we're hanging out at the bar. She was trying to find him all day. Finally tracked him down at the bar, which is not hard to do because we always go to the same bar. She ended up calling the bar to see if he was there, yelling at the people that work there and stuff. And then later on, she showed up in person, screaming at him, calling him effing alcoholic, POS, all this stuff. The next day she called the bar again and yelled at them and told them, "You can't serve him anymore," and this and that. And they're like, "Well, we can't do that." And she actually ended up getting banned from the bar, but not him.
She got banned from the bar. So that's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
So that's like, and maybe he did have an issue with alcohol or whatever. But it's a little different when you're both out together.
Yeah.
It's like
there are people who just they bicker and they just get off on it.
I've known people like that. And it's always the one. There was this. I eventually had to ask this friend of mine who was with this guy for the longest time. It appears you do not like this guy. It appears you find a lot of faults with him. So why are you with him? I love him. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a bizarre adhesive bond that occurs. He's the person I love to, or she's the person I love to, mentally berate the most. And that's your thing. I don't get it.
I've told you guys this before, but we lived in a house where we had a flag lot behind us, and there was another couple, and they would to not argue in front of their kids. They would go outside, and that was we could see it out the back of our house.
Is this on? All right, let's go.
Yeah, and Rochelle would be like, "Hey, Shell."
Yeah.
They're going at it again.
Did you have chairs you could unfold?
We would stand at the window and we'd crack it open so we could hear, and they would be screaming at each other.
Listen, if the audio is coming into your yard, it's like if a ball comes into your yard, you can keep it. You don't have to return it.
Yeah.
You should. But, if the audio is available, you're going to listen.
Yeah. No, I totally eavesdrop on my neighbors arguing. And it was two different neighbors that were arguing over a tree. And it was great. I just loved it.
Have you ever been fighting in the house, having an argument, and it's the summer and the windows are open, and you sort of try to, border collie each other into a room where it's less likely to go out through the windows? I've done that. Let's take this into the basement.
Yeah. But it's interesting, people who are in a relationship for as long as they, like I said, the one couple that Nick knows and one couple that I know, and that, I don't know, I haven't seen them in a long time. Maybe they have figured out how to not do that anymore. But we were always just like, man, they're really, do these two really like each other?
Right.
I'm sure they love each other.
In Nick's case, the friend, this was their.
Everybody knew. And Steve, it became so much of a problem that you, and I don't want to say their names on the air, but it would be like, all right, well, are they coming out tonight? Are they going to be around this weekend? And if so, I don't know if I want to go too. It became that bad where you're just like, I don't think I want to hang out with these people because it was obnoxious after a while.
And you could see the embers being fanned, and it's an ineluctable. It's going to happen.
Well, sometimes
guaranteed.
it's like you don't always have to say something. Do you know what I mean?
But they did.
Like the constant critique of something.
I know exactly what you're saying, but Casey, that button that didn't work in their brain.
Right.
That I don't have to say something button didn't exist.
Because if you say something, then I'm going to say something.
That's right.
To defend myself or to defend my honor, and then that's going to piss you off, and then it's just going to build to a crescendo.
And there's sometimes it's like a sucker fish that won't let go, and it's like the casual. These nachos are great, and you're bad in bed. What?
Wait, what?
Hang on, I'm going to go to Logan. He's got a comment. Hi, Logan. You're on the air, buddy.
Hey guys, good morning. How you doing?
Good, man. What's going on?
Good, thanks. It's actually a phase me and my wife went through early on.
Oh, okay.
Being married. And Nick, you're absolutely right. There's a common denominator. that is some drinking at bars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And would it be every time? Would it be half the time? Like, how frequently was it for you guys?
It was sometimes. It was kind of hit or miss, but it was mainly when both of us were going at it quite aggressively, having a few too many drinks, and then it just as everything in marriage is that you do learn, you evolve, and you kind of figure it out and get past it. But Casey, it's so funny. I totally relate. Whenever I would be the one to cause the fight or get in trouble or do something stupid, I would put off going home as long as.
I've always wanted to climb Everest.
Yeah. You start a conversation with anybody just to avoid having to.
No, listen. The hardest thing to do is to in a relationship is to take take your hit, and like if you're wrong, and just be straight up and apologize and do what needs to happen. I've seen it happen so many times, though. We're talking about this, where it just seems that half the thrill of this for these couples is the fight, maybe that is what substitutes for passion or whatever. But so over time, were you guys yelling at each other? Was it simply tense? How would this manifest?
Yeah, I mean, it was always over something stupid, which was, fortunate because it didn't actually, manifest later on into anything that was a serious issue.
Right.
It was just, stupid stuff. We'd end up yelling at each other, getting annoyed over little things. One of us, if not both, would cry at some point sometimes. It's like, it was just stupid things that we realized we didn't really need to be, going there.
Have you had public crying over while you guys were fighting?
Oh, yeah. Rooftop bar in Westchester. It was not fun.
It is one of those things you look back and you say, how did I let it get that far, right?
What did you do? Did you take one of her olives without asking? Like, what was the thing that kicked it all off?
Usually it would be over. Actually, you know what? The one time on that bar, it was over. She thought I was going to drive home.
Oh.
And I was expecting she would drive home.
Oh.
There was a miscommunication there, which neither one of us appreciated. I mean, this was very early on, and we were probably 23, 24.
Okay. Over the
amateur stupid stuff.
Over the designated driver, basically.
Yeah, this was pre-Uber, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it also leads to you don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Like it brings up that stuff, which is like okay.
You also run into that issue with the drinking and driving or designated driver is. No, I am going to drive home, but yeah, I don't like if I were going to drive, I wouldn't drink at all, right? But like you're driving and you're thinking like, well, 5 drinks.
A couple drinks.
I just had 5.
Yeah.
The couple I was telling you guys about, I remember one night they had a knockdown drag out. We were at a party, and this will kind of date it a little bit, but and I'm not going to use anybody's names, but the female had gone to a Natalie Merchant concert.
All right.
And Natalie was a very politically or, socially active.
Yes.
And so she took some time to talk about some things that she was concerned about and wanted to share. And my friend didn't think that she had a right to do that because I paid to go to this concert.
Right.
And I don't want to go and hear this stuff. And then the husband was arguing on the other side of the thing. Well, listen, it's their show, and they will do what they want to. You pay for the ticket, and this is the show you get.
Right.
And they went back and forth on this, and it became like they had to leave, and because it was just. It turned into, wait a minute, no, you blah, 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 this and that, back and forth. It was hilarious.
Well, but why is it with the people you love the most, those things can just
I don't know. Listen.
Mean more. Like,
philosophical differences.
Yeah. No, he was from Melmac.
Right.
What?
By the way, I watched a ton of Alpha over the weekend. Just side note.
Okay.
Any good life lessons in there?
No, I got to think about that for a moment.
Just don't eat cats.
No, but I did date somebody for a little while who I felt like she thought it was her job to be mad at me all the time. You know what I mean? This is my right. This is my obligation as your significant other to just kind of.
That's a strange
always
dynamic.
point out like things that you're doing wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
I've seen it go like it's like, to me, it's the same as the guy who's the old the ball and chain, or the
right.
It's like the fact, the old lady. It's like what?
Yeah.
So that dynamic never worked for me either way.
Speaking of the old lady, I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but Brigitte Macron, Emmanuel's wife, is 24 years older than Emmanuel Macron.
No kidding.
Yeah, she was born in 1953. He was born in 1977. He's only 47 years old. And
She was a student of he was a student of hers in school. Yes, she was his teacher.
All right, so let me pose this to you, Steve.
Wow.
Yes.
Is she mommying him a little bit?
Yeah.
You know what? That is an interesting concept I've heard put out there a couple of times, where her first exposure to him, no pun intended, was I think they were dating like right on the heels of him being a student. So it was as a teacher-student relationship. So maybe that's part of it.
So do you think when they were having this confrontation, she called him little man at some point?
Yes.
And,
I mean, listen, she did put her hands on him, which
she
don't do that.
Well, from what you saw in that video, did that look like playful stuff?
No, it looked like she was pissed off. Now, it didn't look like assault to me or anything like that. It was just like kind of get on my face type of thing. This is how we got started on this conversation. There's a hilarious video of him getting shoved in the face and then turning around going, oh, there's a camera there. Hi, everybody.
She was 39 the first time she met him, and he was only 15 years old in high school.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a little tense.
And I think in France, you're probably expected to get smacked by your wife from time to time, maybe, and not putting up with any kind of garbage.
That hurt.
Yeah.
I don't know. But it is an interesting dynamic. What I've always hated, Preston, even if you're not, even if there's no tension, if you're in a restaurant where you're sitting close to people, very close, and having any sort of conversation, I'm always leery. I don't like people within complete listening distance.
Yeah.
It annoys the crap out of me. And so in a case where you're trying, if there's any sort of agitation or anything comes up, to me, that's a nightmare scenario.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because it's in a nice place, or even some restaurants, you'll be sitting like almost knee to knee.
Right on top of each other. Yeah, there are small tables that are right next all the way across. I know, yeah. I told you, this is totally unrelated, but Rochelle and I were at this, we were in a Chinese restaurant, and it was us and one other person in the restaurant. We were like 2 booths away from them, and they had their iPad there with whomever they wanted to have lunch with.
Right.
And having this conversation back and forth, and it was annoying.
Were they pretend feeding the screen?
I think so, yeah. You got a little dim sum on you. And that's a whole other subject. There's just the sound of the audio coming out of devices is a little more annoying.
Yeah, full on this guy in behind me in line on Sunday. Full on phone conversation for like a long time. And I could hear everything and like business plans and all sorts of like, all right.
By the way, the keypad code is.
Yeah. That's when you want to lean in and say, I don't think that's a good investment choice.
Pork bellies. Pork bellies.
Yeah, pork bellies.
Frozen orange juice.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to go to, we got Ra, who is on. There it is. Hey, Ra, what's up, man?
Show us your genitals. Genitalia.
Wow. Forgot about that one.
Yes.
What's up, bud?
Throwback. Hey, so, I had one of those situations where the young lady decided that she always had to air anything right then, right there, no matter where you were, And one time we were going up to see a concert up in Manhattan, one of those free awesome Central Park concerts, and we're on the mega bus and all that stuff, right? And in the mega bus, the seats are kind of tight, but if you're in a couple, it's cozy, right? She has her legs on top of my legs.
Yeah.
We're holding hands. There's another couple next to us, and we start getting into a conversation, I guess, about life, maybe politics or whatever. And she doesn't agree with what the woman on the other side is saying, but I kind of agreed with what the woman was saying.
No. Oh, no.
And yeah, so then it became a problem between she and I, my girlfriend, my then girlfriend and I. And when I tell you it got cold on that bus, took her legs off, unclasped the hands, we're no longer holding hands, right? Now, here's what happens. When you disrespect me like that, because I'm a silent person, I don't get into the yelling and all that. And when I used to get silent, I used to make her go ballistic. She hated when I started being silent. So the rest of the trip was cold. So we got off the bus, and I'm like, this is my town. I'm from New York. I'm taking you up here to go to something that I've gone to alone plenty of times. We're not going to this concert. Now, I didn't say that. I just didn't go. Now I'm not walking to where the concert is. And she's like, what is the concert? And I was like, listen, we have to have a discussion about this whole coldness and whatnot. And she's like, well, and then she starts yelling and whatnot in the middle of the street, in the middle of the sidewalk. And then she starts crying, and she's cute, curvy, and all this other stuff. So it looks like, what did the big bad man do to you?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Women are walking by, girl, are you okay? Are you okay, sister? I was sitting there like, see, you don't understand the disrespect, you know. But ultimately, we ended up breaking up because she put her hands on me.
Really?
Oh, no kidding.
You cannot do that. Either way,
not that day.
Yeah.
We
Wow.
were together for much longer, sadly. But the ultimate breakup was because she actually put her hands on me, and I could feel my inner demon growing. And I was like, you know, I don't touch women like that, but this person right here is pushing my buttons. And let me get out of here. We don't have any kids.
Yep.
We don't have any. We're not married. You know, it was crazy.
Well, it's a good thing that surfaced, man. I mean, because you could have taken it a step further and not found out about that till later on, and then you would have been wholly more invested. So that ended up being a good thing.
Well, sadly, it took 5 years, but we're not gonna...
It only took 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It took 5 years because everything else was perfect. She was just wicked when she got angry, man. It was bad.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah. There's so many.
All right, Rob. Thanks, bud.
There's so many things you that help to learn in the way you exchange and you communicate with this person that you love, and you know, like learning how to for Claire and myself to hear how they hear, how she would hear things the way I would say it, or not give complete information. And if it's the hardest thing in the world to turn it around and look at how you might be coming across to someone, but when you do, that gives you such a good context.
Hey, did therapy help with that?
Oh, it did tremendously.
Yeah, so
it tremendously.
Sometimes a perspective from someone else saying, "Hey, have you thought about it this way?"
Yeah,
now, you can't hear that from the person that you're arguing with. It's hard to hear that.
Well,
if you can have an outside source that can maybe steer you in this direction, say, "Hey, I understand what you're saying, but let's think about how this sounds."
Yeah, and they're simple tools. Well, simple. And you also have to give yourself the permission to not be able to employ them every friggin' time, and to sometimes just say, nah, Alpha's from Elmac, I'm right. or whatever. Or we're doing dumb things, and just take it that way, process it. And also, if you're in a restaurant or you're in public and things are going south, let's finish our meal. We'll go home. We'll take a breath.
Yep.
Take a breath.
If you can do that.
There's that old axiom that you should never go to bed angry, but actually sometimes you should go to bed angry.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, like just instead of having a knockdown drag out, or Steve, like if you're in the restaurant or whatever, sleep on it.
Yeah.
Feel better the next day, come back with some reason. And when you learn how to argue a little bit better, or table the argument, say, you know what, I'm too heated right now. I'm not thinking rationally. I'm really angry. So let's set it aside and come back when I can actually think a little more clearly. It can go a long, long way.
Yep. We have to meet the Vietnamese diplomat now. So
let's put this on hold for now.
Yes. We have to.
We're getting off the plane.
We have to strike a trade deal with.
We have some trade agreements to go through, and then
we can discuss ALF when we get back.
But the video is pretty funny because you just see this hand reach out, shove him in the face, and he looks annoyed.
Yeah.
And then he turns, and then he literally takes a moment, smile, wave, hi, everybody. And then like 10 seconds later, she comes walking out, and they're together arm in arm, and everything's perfect. So.
You know what would have been great if you would have seen a high-heeled leg whap, kick him in the nuts.
Yes, we're going to watch this video one more time. He didn't know the door was open. Oh, you have opened the door.
Did Macron just have that thing where and it turned out it was not this, but it looked like he was hiding a Coke, a spoon for Coke on a tray. It turned out it was not the case, but it looked like this was the case. So
no, I did not.
He's
see
had
that.
these moments where they're not apprising him of the fact that the press is there or the door is opening up. They need to give him a shout before any of this is happening.
Oh. You know what? I was going to wrap it up, but this call looks too interesting. We're going to go to Lisa. Hi, Lisa. You are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Great. All right, you have an interesting story to share. Go for it.
Yeah, so my ex and I, we were out rock climbing in Joshua Tree once, and he used to just be such a jerk, like criticizing me and just saying how I was doing everything wrong, and he would like yank on the rope when he was super annoyed with me. So
Wow.
we were doing this one climb, and when he got to the top, I just yanked the rope down and left him up there, and I drove away. And he had to like yell for help for like an hour until other climbers found him.
Oh, that is.
I can't say. Listen, I know this guy. Without knowing this guy, I know this kind of guy, and I can't say I disagree with what you did.
Lisa, you literally took away his lifeline. His lifeline. You took it away.
Yeah, I had just finally had enough. I wanted to teach him a lesson, and, we broke up like a year later.
Oh, well, see, you still got another year out of that misery.
So did you end up going back to save him, or you just assumed somebody was going to help him?
Oh, no, I just left him there. I drove back to the campsite, and like 3-4 hours later, he showed up. He was so angry. And
yeah, you left him for dead.
You left him in the desert.
You left him dead in the desert.
Rock climbing in Joshua
Hey, it was
Tree.
Joshua Tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is kind of ballsy,
So,
yeah.
just had to be done. Had to be done.
It's a popular place. Somebody will come by.
Yeah, there's a lot of rock climbers out there.
Wow.
The skeleton of a 32-year-old man was found
hanging
from a cliffside.
Oh, my God. That's funny. All right. Lisa, did you ever find another relationship after that?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. It was somebody who wasn't such a jackass.
Yeah, listen.
Good for you.
That old slogan, there are lots of fish in the sea.
Yeah.
It is true. So there's somebody there for you. So
Thanks, Lisa.
glad it worked out.
Appreciate it. All right. All right. Well, let's take ourselves a break. Come back in a second. I do have some bizarre file stories that are on the way. We have a new word of the week prize. It is a hookup with Stained at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena in Atlantic City and an overnight stay. So don't miss the letter of the day coming up at the end of the program. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay put.
Whatever. So he reaches his arms down in this brown muck and like pulls out snapping turtles. Yeah. And I it was almost too tense to watch the damn show.
Thanks, Tom. That's messed up. All right, here. This might be most exotic bite. I know we had tiger and ostrich and a few other things, but this is my sister got bit by a chinchilla.
Okay.
At Funimals in Westchester.
Oh, my God.
Funimals. As a kid, and still hates those cute little balls of fluff to this day. She asked for it, though. She stuck her finger in the cage.
Okay.
I got bit by a chinchilla.
Well, you see it all the time where people say, "Don't put your fingers in the cage," or if you get like a little like a behind the scenes or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I got kind of reprimanded. I've told this story before. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
But my junior high Spanish teacher, Mr. Huddleston, did some wildlife work with the St. Louis Zoo, and he would foster some of these animals. And when he had facilities where he could keep them,
like big cats, right?
Yeah, he could keep
them. Killed by
so,
one, right?
yeah. So, but anyhow, he brought in he had a mountain lion in it was a kitten. It was a baby mountain lion in a carry case, and he came walking up to the school. I'm like, no way! Oh my God! And I stuck my finger in there. And he's like, don't do that. That thing will bite it off. He's like, whatever you're doing, do it. And yeah, he was killed by a leopard in his backyard.
So that shows you how good, however good you. I mean, they are wild animals. Yeah. You have to remember that. I was at the Philadelphia Zoo here, and we were back. They had an armadillo. I didn't realize this, but the larger armadillo is the kind you might find out in Texas. When they ball up, if your finger gets caught in that, it can break your finger.
Yeah, and those shells, whatever those things are.
The armor.
The bands.
The armor and the armadillo.
All right, we need to take a break. We're actually going to talk to a bite victim in a little while, Maggie, who's a sharp bite victim, to be joining us. But real quick, I want to go. Somebody was on hold for a long, long time, and they just hung up. Never mind.
Well, don't worry about it, because we have a picture with a snake wearing a helmet.
Hey, we got smoking snakes.
Yeah.
And they have an Uber Eats thing on the back.
That is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
We'll share this on our socials.
That's wonderful.
Phenomenal.
He's
Okay.
All snakes really should have helmets.
And a
yes.
backpack.
What if they take a spill?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing the stories. We appreciate it. And like I said, we'll get Maggie on in a little while, who's a shark bite victim in Stone Harbor.
Yeah.
So we'll get her on in a bit. But let's take a break and come back in a second. We'll get into the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us. By the way, Northeast High School, you're up for coolest teacher. Make sure you let us know who the coolest teacher of the year has been. Text word teacher to 39333 if you go to Northeast, and we'll send you the voting link. We'll be back in a moment.
Is it Katie Kane?
Katie Kane.
It's like Candy Cane.
Yeah.
And I like Candy Cane. Happy birthday, you.
And then a shirt?
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry about that. I had the black bean soup.
Okay. All right. So happy birthday, Katie. All right. So I want to go back to the story we had in the bizarre file. Is it Mykonos? Is that how you pronounce it, Kathy?
Yeah.
That's in Greece?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in Greek, Preston.
It's in Greek.
Yeah.
So a mother and daughter were there. They went to a restaurant. They were kind of talked into hanging out in this particular area of the restaurant, which is a sun deck that they have, and they sat at these chairs. And
It's apparently a popular location.
Yeah, it's a very touristy city.
real beautiful view, right?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. This doesn't surprise me though. Like a lot of the places seem to be a little bit like this, where you pay $600 for two
They're
drinks.
predatory, right?
It seemed like
right.
so. They eventually they were kind of nudged into ordering some food or anyway.
2 mojitos.
Two mojitos and 2 crab legs, like just 2 crab legs.
Two.
Not 2 orders of crab
Are you
legs,
even
2
full after
legs.
that?
Right.
They were king crab legs. They are.
They're big.
In their defense, they are the big crab legs.
Yeah.
But they were charged like $640 or 600 euros for that, or they were going to call the cops on them.
They were threatened literally with that, with not being able to leave the country. Now, I'm sure, no matter what,
that wouldn't happen.
No matter what the story is, that kind of predatory stuff will happen. As you were saying, Kathy, if you looked at the history of this place, the reviews are replete with
It's
all
a scam.
sorts.
Are they?
Yeah.
It's a scam. It's one of those
It's a
scams.
scam.
Get in here. Come on in here. Oh, we're going to take care of you. And then at the end, oh yeah, here's the bill.
Oh wait, so is this place is known for like bills like this?
It's now known amongst, so on the travel, like the TripAdvisors and stuff like that, it had that reputation. Now, mind you, it's a nice place, and everyone agrees the food and everything is quite good. However, 2 drinks, 2 crab legs,
Well, see,
$600.
My experience was a little bit different. In London, we ordered 2 martinis, and I forget what vodka we ordered, but it was because it was imported. It was we paid $40 for each drink, so it was like, or I think it was it was about an $80 bill for 2 drinks.
Did they wrangle? Did they wrangle you into it?
No, they didn't wrangle. We just
Were
ordered.
the prices listed? Obviously,
No, we just they were like, what type of vodka, and we named it, and I forget what it was. And then
give me the $40 kind.
Well, obviously we questioned it after, and they were like, "Well, it's so and so vodka," and we were like, "Yeah." They're like, "Well, you're not in the United States,
Yeah,
so
it's like Tito's or something
like
you
whatever
just
it was.
you would get here stateside.
We had no idea, so we ended up paying $80 for 2 drinks.
I mean, I've already told the story on the air before, but the when I had we were in that suite at the Eagles game, and I ordered wings.
Yeah.
And what I didn't know is I was basically ordering catering wings, and not only that, but like beers. We had so much beer. We were handing it out.
Three.
That was a mistake, though.
Servings or whatever it was.
Well, that is a mistake. And what I'm curious about is if you do make a mistake like that, and it is a legitimate mistake, and before, say it comes and you're like, oh, I didn't know. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Will they sometimes go,
well,
so
even it was a mistake, but not only that, but the menu had prices on it, but even the prices were kind of written in a way that made it look like it wasn't $500. You know what I mean? It was like, it was like $5 wings or something.
What was the final bill?
It was over $1,000.
Yeah, Casey had ordered off the catering menu.
I mean, they brought out, because I had ordered 2 orders of wings, and they were like, well, why don't we just bring out 1 order? They said
$1,000.
Yeah. Wow, 2 orders.
And did you
that hasn't happened here in 5 or 6 years. We haven't seen anybody do.
Well, so that's the thing. They were like, why don't we bring out 1 orders, and if you need any more, we can bring out more, because there was only 5 of us in this entire suite. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And when they brought out that 1 order of wings, and it was in a giant chafing dish. I was like, oh, yeah, we don't need all of these. And then they're bringing out, when we ordered like a beer, they brought out a bucket of beer.
Did you pay the bill?
So we were able to talk them down a little bit and so the manager had to come out and I said, listen, the way this is written on the menu, it makes it, I thought this was $10.
Put your mother on the phone.
Preston, so the name of this place in Mykonos is called the DK Oyster Bar.
Yes.
And I brought up, and you mentioned in the B file, the people go to TripAdvisor to rip on this place. They do. And so I want you, Preston, to just read these as I scroll through. All
right, the top one
reviews.
is the one from the story I just recounted.
Yeah.
Here's another one. A scam waiting to happen on the unsuspecting masses of vacationers heading their way. Waiters tried selling us food. Each kept giving us different prices. We kept to drinks after hearing about the bad reviews. Another one says, I went to this place on a family vacation and was left horrified and ripped off. Asked several times for the prices. The waiters kept telling me it was cheap and not to worry. The bill was over 400 euros for a couple of badly made drinks.
I mean, it's 1 star after 1 star after 1 star. I feel robbed.
The
So
waiters
that's the
and staff
scam.
are extremely intimidating, especially when questioning the bill. These people are a bunch of scam artists. I really wish I read more reviews before coming here. Wow. This one says, we were lured to dine at their restaurant by friendly, pushy waiters offering us comfort in the sun.
Oh, so this is a full-on.
Yeah, we were then pushed into ordering food from menus without prices, but the waiters seemed so energetic, smiling, impatient that we felt obliged not to be a nuisance. Long story short, we, a family of 6, paid almost as much for this one meal of our vacation as we did the entire hotel stay of 5 days.
Jesus.
And I can't see how the prices they charge are warranted. I'll never be coaxed off of the beach again into any establishment without reading the reviews first.
Anytime somebody's like forceful like that,
Yes.
something's
I don't
gonna
like that
happen.
approach. I hate that approach. I never get suckered in on that crap.
My sister and I went to Paris. I was only 18 years old, and she was she's 4 years older than me, and there were high pressure people on the street, trying to get you into places,
Into these various places, yeah.
One of them was live sex on stage. I kid you not, it was in the red light district, live sex on stage, and I go, dude, and this guy spoke English, and he thought, oh, you guys are Americans, wow. So he really started giving us the hard sell, and I go, dude, it's my sister. I'm not.
Yeah, no thanks.
Going to
No
thanks. Come on, man. You got to just come on in.
This is a good way to bond with your sister. You watch a 69 on stage. Or Swiss Nerf.
Las in Barcelona is a little bit like that, where they're coaxing you into the different restaurants and stuff like that. But I ordered, if you go to a good restaurant or not, a place that's not going to scam you, I ordered a bottle of champagne, and the guy, the price wasn't on the menu, one of those. And
Be leery when there's no price that you can see written down.
But a lot of times they don't list the prices, and I had it before, and it wasn't like some astronomical bottle. But the guy came over and he said, I just want to let you know, this whatever version of what it was like $400. He said, so I just want to make sure you know what you're ordering. That's what a good restaurant's going to do. And that's when I was like, okay, no, thank you. I thought it was the regular bottle.
Did you go, did you look like I can? Do I look like I can't afford a $400 bottle of wine?
I must look like some sort of hooker.
No,
Casey.
I was like, you're right. I'm not paying $400 for a bottle of champagne.
Casey, when they brought out the $1,000 plus, did you say, how much without the buffalo sauce?
Well, here, going to Casey's story, Jessica has one similar. Hi, Jessica. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to tell Casey, don't stress out, because I did the same thing. We went to Disney on Ice a couple of years ago, and we had 5 kids with us, and we were like, oh, can we get 5 orders of chicken tenders, 5 orders of French fries? And they brought back 5 chafing dishes of chicken tenders and French fries.
Oh my God!
And they gave me a bill for $1,600.
Yeah, crazy, right?
I almost jumped out of the balcony.
But Jessica, let me ask you: were there enough people in that suite to finish even one of those orders of chicken fingers?
There was 7 of us.
Yeah.
And my oldest at the time was 7 years old. I had 4 little kids.
The fact that you listen,
same exact thing.
But I mean, is there a listing for an individual serving of chicken?
No,
no,
there's
but
a little paper menu on the thing, and it's there's no prices, and it's chicken tenders.
French fries, fried shrimp, whatever.
So
I'm like, oh, let me get 5 orders. And at first they brought out like one chasing dish of French fries and one of chicken nuggets. And I was like, well, that makes sense. Like for room, they just put it all in one big tray, whatever.
Right.
And then they came back like 4 more times.
Oh, my
And I was
God.
like, what is going on? Like, this is like we paid like $1,000 for this like suite for Disney on Ice to begin with. And they were like, oh no, like, this is all you order. And I was like, oh, well, then we have a problem.
Yeah, we have a major problem. And that's why, like, you know, this is the norm for them.
$1,700.
That's the thing. For these, you know, the servers, that's the norm. You know, so.
Well, they're used to providing food for a suite. However, if there's 7 people, like with Jessica's situation, and one of them is a kid, and you says, are you sure you want 250,000 chicken fingers?
Yeah, you have to explain. This is an entire dish that you're
Chafing
ordering.
dish.
Do you like even with yours, Casey? They should have explained to you, like her saying.
Be fine.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. Waukesha, Wisconsin police, I want to make sure I said that right, Waukesha, are investigating a large fight at a senior living center that happened Thursday afternoon. Police said they responded to Oak Hill Terrace Senior Living Center around 1:30 in the afternoon.
It was Melmac.
Officials said, see, this whole argument.
It just goes on.
It's not just in relationships. It's amongst the people who share the same domiciles. Officials said that they received calls of a chaotic fight in the center's lobby. Police said the fight appeared to stem from a dispute among several employees, and it escalated when other people forcibly entered the premises. The fight in
This
total
son of a bitch licked my sponge cake.
included about 8 to 10 people, adults and juveniles involved.
There, you got the beginnings of a video series that would make a lot of money. Of the bum fights.
Yeah.
You know, if it was any indicator, you could make some money off this.
Yeah, senior fights.
Senior fights.
Officers said that one person was injured after being kicked in the head. Police are looking for the people involved and have not made any arrests.
Not really kicked, shuffled.
Yet. Here's a terrible story out of Florida. A verbal dispute over a food order at a Checkers restaurant in Kissimmee escalated into a fatal shooting on Wednesday evening.
Man.
Once on the scene, deputies discovered that the shooting involved a customer, someone named Wesley Robertson, and an employee identified as 23-year-old Elijah Travis Mackey. Now, from video from the Checkers shows Mackey climbing out of the drive-through window. So this is the guy working in there.
Yeah.
He crawls out through the drive-through window, walking to the front of the business where Robertson was. And according to a witness, Mackey and the customer began arguing. The document goes on to say that Robertson made a derogatory comment to Mackey, and it started out over a disagreement over the order. So this is a fight over food.
This happens a lot.
That has happened, and apparently that's when Mackey pulled out a small handgun from his waistband and shot Robertson in the chest. This is the guy working the drive-through. He's got a handgun in his waistband. Mackey was arrested. He was booked with first-degree premeditated murder on that. Wow.
As they say, you better checkers yourself before you wreckers.
Checkers yourself. Police in Wilkes-Barre Township said that they charged a guy named Chaz Pearson on allegations that he assaulted an elderly man who passed gas while waiting in line at a business.
In my face.
Yeah, so Pearson was standing behind the man who passed gas while in line at the CSL Plasma.
Hey, I made something for you.
The man apologized.
Enjoy.
But Pearson, the complaint says, did not accept the apology and proceeded to strike the man in the head.
What was the age? How old was the guy, you said?
It doesn't say. So the guy who was charged is 39 years old, but it was an elderly man who passed gas in front of him.
I think at a certain point, isn't that one of the joys of aging is that you can fart in public?
Yeah. Sometimes you didn't even know you farted. And it's just like,
you know what? It was crap.
Yeah.
I took a dump, didn't even know. Right? What a world.
The man's son intervened and was also struck by Pearson.
This guy just does not like farts.
Yeah. Most people like them.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you prefer your own.
Of course, smell-wise. Yeah. Police in the complaint say the physical altercation was recorded by surveillance cameras. Pearson is facing charges of simple assault, harassment, and disorderly conduct. So, yeah.
I punched him because he farted.
Because he farted, yeah. A man in Norway awoke early Thursday to discover a huge container ship, like a cargo ship, had run aground just a stone's throw from his house, which is right next to a fjord, and he had slept through the entire commotion.
It's a fjord, Preston.
Oh, I'm sorry, fjord.
The picture of the house that I saw, this whole thing is just, it looks like it's a photoshopped.
Really?
Like, there's no way that can be real.
And he slept through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for an as
he was too busy farting.
Unknown reason, the 443-foot-long NCL Sultan sailed up onto shore just meters away from Johan Hellberg's house.
That's unbelievable,
in a ford in central Norway. There was a movie a while back, if you guys remember. Kevin Bacon had a partial role in it, where like all the power goes out in the country. And that container, that cargo ship rolls right up onto the beach.
It's a very chilling thing.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking of when I saw this, because this came like just a few feet away from taking
Ethan
this guy's
Hawke was in
house
that
out.
as well, right?
He was.
Yeah, was it the Obama's movie?
The end of the world or the end of the world or something like that? Yeah.
Leave the world behind.
Leave the world behind.
Leave the world behind.
So Hellberg only discovered the unexpected visitor when a panicked neighbor who had repeatedly rung his doorbell to no avail gave up and called him on the phone. He said, the doorbell rang at a time of day when I don't like to open it, Hellberg said.
That ship you ordered is here.
So his neighbor, by the way, is Josten Jorgensen, said that he was roused around 5 a.m. by the sound of a ship heading at full speed toward the land and immediately ran to Hellberg's house. He said, I rang the doorbell many times and nothing, and it was only when I called him on the phone that I managed to contact him. Several hours later, the massive red and green container ship was still stuck near the wooded house, awaiting to be refloated. The ship reportedly caused damage to a heating pipe in Hellberg's cabin, but the homeowner said that it could have been much worse. He said if the ship hadn't hit the rocky cliff right next to it, it would have lifted up and hit the house very hard.
It would have plowed it right down.
Yeah, none of the 16 crew members were
I don't
injured
care if you have brick face.
in the incident, and the cause of it, which is being investigated by Norwegian police. All right, we'll do one more story and wrap it up. Let's end with this wild story of survival. In Arizona, a toddler is recovering in the hospital after she was bit twice by a rattlesnake. Jacqueline Reed, who lives with her family near Florence, Arizona, said that the incident happened while she was walking her young daughter, only 15 months old.
Oh, my God.
This kid, Kara, outside their home last week. She said, I left her side to throw a piece of trash about 50 feet away. While I was gone for less than 10 seconds, it seems the snake got her twice. I came back. She was crying. I saw her foot and the snake tucked behind a propane tank against our house. The family rushed her to the emergency room where medical professionals started giving her antivenom. Kara was neurologically decompensating pretty quickly and began vomiting quite a lot. She was becoming lethargic, the mom wrote. Kara was intubated and flown to Phoenix Children's Hospital Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. She said she received quite a bit of antivenom. They are keeping a super close eye on her foot, the blood flow, and the swelling, but keeping her intubated for the pain control. The child's aunt, Delia Reed, wrote on the GoFundMe page that Kara received more than 30 vials of antivenom during treatment.
So think of a body that small. And
my God.
That much venom in a body that small.
Jacqueline has been documenting her daughter's time in the hospital since, showing photos of Kara with oxygen tubes and a blackened foot. At times, the oxygen levels dropped as low as 25%, and they said the family that her foot injury is one of the most severe that the doctors have seen. But the family shared some uplifting news, saying that Kara was able to come off the Helix and process to no oxygen at all by the end of the day. She said, this morning we decided to stop her tube feeds and encourage eating again. So this kid's going to make it, and is probably going to be fine. But man, she's a baby.
Well, I'm looking at the picture right here. and I'm seeing lines around her legs.
Yeah,
her leg, and I'm wondering what those are for.
I'm going to guess, Steve, that if they see like the bruising coming up to that point, then you're talking about necrosis. It's like the foot's turning black, and would they have to amputate?
That's what I was thinking. Oh my God, this poor little girl.
But as of Thursday evening, a GoFundMe page has raised more than $17,000 to help the family with medical expenses. But she's going to be okay. That's terrifying, man. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Hey, a reminder, this weekend is the 10th annual Laurel House Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event. It's going to be on the 31st, which is Saturday, I believe. And we're going to be at the campus of Versailles College, right by the Casey statue.
That's right.
Every
huge Casey statue.
But I'd like you to get signed up for Team WMMR if you can. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com or WMMR.com and sign up. And then that's the same day as the big climb that Nick is doing.
Yeah,
a little bit earlier in the day, right?
Yeah, sorry, Preston. Subaru Park, where the Union play, and we're going to be there from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And a whole lot of people are stopping by. I actually got a text from somebody on Friday that I've known most of my life. His daughter was recently diagnosed with leukemia, and he just was reaching out. He's like, "Tell me about LLS. Tell me what your brother went through." And so Team Luke and the Team WMMR are going to be climbing the steps of Subaru Park on Saturday morning. And all that information about Walk a Mile and about Big Climb Philly, they're both on the events page of WMMR.com.
Excellent. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment or two, so stay close. We will not be gone long, friend.
Preston and Steve. With one, well, you didn't know what that meant. Like, there should be, hey, are you...
All right,
you
so
understand that there's
250,000 fingers and 51,000 French fries.
Jessica, did you get the money thing worked out with them?
I cried and cried and cried and cried, and they took 4 of them off because we didn't touch them, and I refused to touch them. But it was still $200 in chicken nuggets and French fries.
Oh my God!
4 little kids.
Especially when you went the extra mile to get the thing and take the kids to see Disney on Ice, which I'm sure you were riveted by.
You get a week's worth of chicken fingers to take home with you.
Right.
But the thing is, you feel like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like,
you do.
How did
you
I
feel
not
embarrassed.
know?
Yeah.
You feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
You feel like, and listen, all the time, like whenever I encounter the wait staff, they're awesome. Like
Right.
they'll hook you up and they'll take care of you. But there should be perhaps a little bit better delineation between an individual, if they even offer an individual size.
Thanks, Jessica.
And a chafing dish.
So I had something similar, and I don't want to say where I was, but I went in to have a service done, and I was expecting one price, right? So I went in, and so I ended up getting quoted this price that was basically 3 times as much as I had anticipated.
Right.
And I was so embarrassed that I couldn't pay it.
Yeah.
That I was like, okay, well, hang on to, and so they still have my stuff.
I will use my mouth on you.
But I was like, okay, all
Did
right.
they do the service?
So there were 3 things that I needed serviced. I asked for them to service the cheapest one of the 3. I go, okay, hang on to everything, and then when I come back and pick this up, I will.
Why don't you just go get it and say no thanks?
So I ended up sending an email to somebody else, because I dealt with somebody online. The person that I dealt with at the store was different. So then when I went home, I finally got the balls to go, I can't pay this. I don't want, And so I emailed the person. I'm like, listen, this is what I thought was, and I was too embarrassed to say something and just walk away with my product.
You should have sent them a note written in crayon. This is my house. I cannot afford this.
But I was so and that's what it really boiled down to, was just me being too embarrassed to say. It's too
Do you think they were
expensive for me.
Do you think they were being predatory to you? Do you
No,
think they were,
no.
Okay, you just got confused.
I just got confused, and I didn't know, going into it.
Right.
The other problem is when you want to find out how much something costs, the internet doesn't really help you with that sort of stuff.
Right,
You're like, how much should this cost? And then the internet's like, well,
we don't know.
We don't know.
You know where this happens actually a lot is the nail salon. So I was sitting in a nail salon and I watched them. Do you want this new type of manicure? And the girl was like, okay, well, what is it? And there's a little bit of a language barrier. So they do their best to explain it to her. And she's like, all right, yeah, that sounds fine. Great. Comes with a little extra massage, whatever it was. And I was still there when she checked out. And it was a $200 manicure she got.
Well,
She goes, what do you mean $200? And they were like, well, we did whatever the nail polish was and this and that. And she was like, absolutely not. She goes, it took you the same amount of time to do my nails as if I were to get a regular manicure. If it was a 3-hour-long manicure and there was more time that went into it, but what
was their reaction?
She refused to pay it. She said, I am not paying this. She said, you can call the cops. You can do what you want. I am not paying you for this. And they did eventually just charge her what she would have normally paid when she, went in there on a normal basis to get a regular manicure.
I also, I just got a text. I was reminded, same thing happened with dog grooming. And so
dog grooming's expensive.
Well, and I know
if you
that.
don't know that.
And I know that, and I know going in, but I'd gone in the last time, and my dogs were a little hairier, a little bit more matted.
Like their butt hair removed as well, please?
Steve, these guys charge me hundreds of dollars.
Really?
More than what I'm used to paying. They charged me a matting fee, and they just shaved it off anyway.
What was the final charge?
It was like, hon, can you text me and let me know? Because it was somewhere in the neighborhood of somewhere between $300 to $500.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
It was 2 dogs. And
they have big dogs.
2 big dogs.
Yeah.
And Reggie doesn't do well with the dryers.
Right.
He gets really anxious. He's not nasty. But he's also 80 pounds.
Right.
So that's why I was kind of like, okay, it is what it is. And, but I was like, but I was too embarrassed to go, I'm not paying this.
Right.
That's way too much. And then, and I don't know what it, when you just say it's a matting fee, but then you just shave over it anyway. I'm like, what's the difference if you're, there might be a big difference. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not
But
a dog
it seems
groomer.
very pricey. It seems extraordinary. I mean, even for the size of your dogs, that's ridiculous.
Here's a text says, went out in Amman, Jordan, one time and ended up with a $3,000 US dollar bill that I had to argue down to $1,500 in Arabic, surrounded by a bunch of Jordanian thugs. He said everything is negotiable in the Middle East. It was a gentleman's club, and we were paying for the, quote, the girls' time and their $50 drinks. We didn't even get an effing OTPHJ out of the 3 of us. And so they had to argue $3,000. Wow.
That's insane.
Hang on a second. There was, here's one that says, hey guys, everyone should know that if they're in a foreign country, unlike America, if there's bread or anything else on the table, when you sit down, you'll get charged for it.
Yeah.
That does happen. Yes, I have heard of that.
Yeah, and when
if it seems like it's complimentary because it's sitting out, you need to be aware that you might have.
And as they point out with this place that started this place at Mykonos, they actually there is a menu online with the prices that are nothing like what this mother and daughter were charged for 2 crab's legs and 2 mojitos.
Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to John. Hey, John. Good morning.
Hey guys, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
So quick story, similar to Casey, just being, not sure of something. My wife, it was her birthday. She's also about to give birth to our second boy. This was about 4 years ago. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take you out to a jewelry store. You pick anything you want. Mm-hmm. And I am a man of modest means. My wife is a person of modest means.
Right.
And so we go to the jewelry store. The lady was super nice. She's like, oh, let's look at this, look at this. And my wife was like, I would like earrings. So she takes us to display case. I'm wearing like mesh shorts and a T-shirt. So, she takes us to the case. My wife puts it on. She looks great. My wife then goes, you know what? I really don't. I asked the lady. I was like, how much is it going to be? She was like $3 to $5. I was like, oh, okay. And then my wife's like, oh, I really don't feel too good. Let's just leave. So we walk out of the store and I go, Ray, are you okay? And she's like, you know those earrings she showed you? And I was like, yes. She was like, that was $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she knows, my wife knows, and it's a similar thing that you guys were talking about, being embarrassed. She knows that I would have been so embarrassed, I would have paid it. I would have been like, here you go. Yep.
That's the worst when you listen and you're a hardworking person and you're there and you want to. And then when you have to really, and they do that on purpose a lot of times, they really hide the price and they make it small. So I'm just very over it. I want to see look at the price tag and say, this is what I'm looking for. You won't waste your time and you won't waste their time. But it is a little weird when you're like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, dude. And I remember in my earlier years of wandering into a higher fashion store or higher end jeweler, like a big name like Cartier or Tiffany, and starting to, shop for something Rochelle, and then they get to the price, and I'm like,
yeah, you're like Steve Martin. The head turns.
Yeah, you have to try to play off the
that's Gene Wilder.
Stir crazy.
Yeah.
$1,000.
But it tests.
I gotta find that.
It tests your composure.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be embarrassed.
Oh my God! When
You
I
know what
bought when I bought Claire's the engagement ring, and it was a place in New York called Fortunoff's, and I'm like,
this was pre-Steven Singer days.
Pre-Steven Singer.
Wait, Fortunoff's sold diamonds? I thought it was like
It was actually
costume jewelry.
in Long Island. It was known as the jewelry stores. This is if only I had Steven Singer at the time.
Wait, no, wait. No, sit.
I was sweating bullets because you're just getting started and you want to make sure that you also want to do something that she's going to like and at least be able to show her friends.
Yeah.
And I remember going in there and fortunately the person was very kind. Again, and we're not saying it just because it's, he's an advertiser, but it's the truth. It's the Steven Singer experience is a lot better. And they get this. They get that you're going to work within your budget, and that means all the difference in the world.
I remember asking a dentist because I had to get it had to have been a root canal or something like that. And I was like, well, so I was presented with options. And I was like, well, how much does a root canal cost?
It's going to be some money.
He wouldn't tell me.
What?
Wait, no,
Somebody in that office knows how much a root canal costs. Can somebody please tell me how much this is going to cost so I know?
Honestly, and it's the truth, and I implore you, you are the customer. Do not feel bad. Whatever your means, you're in there to give business to these people.
Yeah, you're entitled to that information.
You're entitled to that information.
Yep.
And if they seem secretive about it, leave.
Let me go to Chris. He wants to comment on the dental thing. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Yoo-hoo.
He just knew he prompted.
It's still early. I couldn't do it.
What's up, Chris?
First of all, I thought when I was on the phone I was dying because I heard an angel speaking to me, and I was like, "Oh, it's Marissa." I love Marissa. When she's on, it's an A+ show all the time.
Oh, there you go. We'll let Bill Weston know that.
Yeah.
All right, well, quit hitting on her and tell us your story, please.
Casey was saying about the dental. Yeah, be careful because these smaller offices are being bought out by larger ones, and they're pushing stuff out. My friend went to one, and they tried pushing all this stuff on her, and she's like, I don't even need it. Like
Zoom whitening and stuff like that, or
tongue whitening.
And years ago, somebody went in for a procedure, and they came out, and they got 10 teeth taken out. And none of them were needed because they're like,
that's not a good dentist.
Money.
Yeah, that's
dentist. Bottom line, you go into the dentist and they remove 10 teeth that they don't have to take out. That's not a good dentist.
While you're here for the cleaning, what about I remove all your teeth?
Yeah.
It's
we have
easier
audio of a guy who just got that done.
Wait, no. Wait.
Well, they're going to make the case that cleaning them is easier when you can take them out and put them in a washing machine.
Anybody think about that?
My friend had a medical procedure done, and they were telling her your insurance is likely not going to cover all of it. And she was like, okay, well, we're not going in. Like, you're not putting me under. We're going in for this until I know around how much. And she said they could not, or they wouldn't give her a price. And she was like, we're not doing this till you give me a price.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to Mike. He had an interesting situation one time. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was in Lauderdale with my wife on vacation, and we were at a resort that had a golf course attached to it. I wanted a cigar. So I go into the pro shop.
We did it in Preston and Steve Show fashion at Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood on Friday. And I have to tell you, before we get into how much fun it actually was,
yes,
I was so glad when we were done. This particular part of the beginning of this year has been there's been a lot.
Yeah, it's been a lot
going on,
and it's what it's been. So,
And there was and besides the the big drama that we had to deal with leading up to Keenan's, it's the last really big thing that we have to plan for a little while because we had We have the Cardboard Classic, and then we had spring training, and then into this. And it just takes extra manpower for not just us, but our promotion staff, our engineering staff, our sales staff, everybody, actually. Yeah. So this was like the last one. I mean, we have the blood drive coming up, but that's a little less maintenance as far as our prep goes. And so when we were leading up this and we were in the thick of it and we were like halfway through, I'm looking at you guys. I'm like, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Well, we're going to get to relax a little bit for a month or two.
True, but you also forget we had to send out a bird bot on a journey. We had we had the Super Bowl parade. We have, not that we were responsible, but we had to plan stuff in and around all of that. So listen, it's like playing a violin for us. No, we're not asking for that. It just seemed congested more than usual. Always loved doing it, but I think we're all of a mindset that this is the finish line for at least a little while.
Yeah. We got done, and I sat backstage with Marissa and cracked open a Coors Banquet, and it was wonderful.
Yeah.
I just enjoyed the hell out of it.
Hanging out, and you guys, we all did, and talked to the listeners after, and then walking around the general vibe. It was beautiful weather.
Yeah.
It was just a great thing, and it was one of those mornings where everything was, I looked at the clock, and I remember I waved you over, Preston, and said, we're exactly on time.
Yeah. We finished at 10:07.
Yeah.
We wanted to finish by 10 o'clock, and we got done by 10:07, and it ended up being a great morning. Very few hiccups took place as far as, us planning on something and it going sideways, which you can always kind of get ready for because you're talking about a lot of people and a lot of moving parts. But it was so much fun. I was just having a ball, man.
It's funny, and we talked about this at the beginning of the broadcast because it used to be, okay, the Keenan's would stay closed for a little bit. We'd do kind of our standard stuff like the news and the entertainment report. The news is over. The door's clearly opened up, and the place is filling in. And, by the time you were 2 minutes into entertainment, the place was packed already.
Yeah.
So it was just crazy.
Well, I was talking to people the day before because we came to, we went to Keenan's at night for the pre-party, and I was talking to people. I'm like, you guys coming down tomorrow morning? They're like, man, I don't know. I was like, why not? They were like, because if you want to get in that main room, you have to be there before 5 a.m. or you don't get into the main room. And I was like, I haven't thought about that. Yeah, if you did, I mean, you maybe, but for the most part, people don't phase in and out of that room. They come in, they park, and they stay.
They stay
for the whole
thing.
I went outside at 8:15 to look at the other side of Keenan's, and that was packed at 8:15 in the morning. And that was the reason why there was no room anywhere inside. So if people wanted to hang out at Keenan's, they had to go outside.
Yep.
Before the show started, I went out just to see how far the line went. And the line, it basically started on Old New Jersey Avenue by, I guess that's maybe Chestnut. That's just north of First, and it went all the way down to First Street, down around the corner, almost all the way down to Central. It was.
Are you
insane.
serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's insane.
If you want to share anything you saw or did or enjoyed or anything that went weird, feel free to call us 610-660-9333 because we had an absolute capacity crowd.
So some of the takeaways that I had was we had a super wide range of ages, a lot of newbies.
Yeah.
So you kind of took an informal poll of the audience, Preston. There were a lot of people there for the first time, and that was amazing.
Yeah, one of our contestants, I forgot in what contest, was she's like, how many years have you been here? She said, this is my second one. I go, how old are you? 22. I'm like, oh, you rung in the 21st here at this event. Good for you. And it started off great. It was like Steve was saying, it was a beautiful morning. And then we got into the whole thing, and then it opened up, and we dove right into the crowd surfing contest.
Which, by the way, when we got there on Thursday night, me and Preston, Nick, Marissa, we all get there on Thursday night. It's not crowded. We can see the room when we're broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
And when Preston got there, I was like, dude, they changed the room again. And I said, I think this might directly affect crowd surfing.
Well, Case, we'd asked Scott about it. He says there's a couple changes. No, there's not just a couple changes. And then Rodney sends me a couple of pictures. I'm in the hotel room, the Icona, which is awesome, by the way. and waiting for everything. He sends the pictures over, and I'm like, oh my God. So they moved the back wall out 8 feet. They put these ramps up, obviously, for wheelchair access and so on and so forth. Long story short, it worked regardless.
Yeah, they extended the raised area for people to be able to see closer to the stage, which shrunk some more of our room.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Well, fortunately, we weren't planning on anything that was too massive in scale. It was all manageable because we've done variations before. So it all worked out. I tell you what was kind of cool, kicking off with Vanya.
Vanya Sachs was great,
doing
man.
the anthem in the beginning. I was tearing up.
And Enrico Palazzo, Matthew, was very gracious and was totally cool with it.
That's
and
usually his job.
Everybody loved Vanya Sachs's rendition of the national anthem, and then we dove into the party afterwards, and we did the crowd surfing first, and we always look for the tiniest people in the room because they're going to be lifted up and raised around and above the crowd, and people have to be able to move them. So we picked 2 contestants, and one of them I recognized immediately when she came up. She's the tiniest thing. She's probably shorter than Marissa. She's probably like 4'10". Yeah. And she's also missing her ring finger on her right hand.
Right. That's what it looks like.
She has a natural shocker, like without having to do it. And the crowd thought that was a riot. She ended up winning, if I recall correctly, because she's a little bitty thing. But we had our contestants dressed in inflatable Eagles outfits. And the whole scenario was we tried to have a theme with the crowd surfing that she had to travel around in the Super Bowl bus and collect the various championships along the way, ending in the Lombardi Trophy. And that ended up going great. No potential dips or anything.
The fact that they were wearing these oversized, puffy Eagles outfits, that gave them some protection. But yeah, man, it was great. And the crowd filled in nicely. Of course, that's the one you always fear. Oh, Christ, don't fall.
Yeah.
And they both did a great job.
And by the way, Bill Kane, our photographer, got great pictures of the whole event. And Neumann University was covering. We had full-on YouTube coverage, which was wonderful. And we had a few other events that took place. And I want to point out before we dive into the events, but the T-shirts, the outfits, some people really did it up this year.
There was a couple right up by the front near the stage, and he had done the gentleman had done your mother's a whore, and even she knows to mind the tram car.
Watch the tram car.
Yeah, it was great.
And then there was a group of guys that were over the top obnoxious with their outfits. One guy did his best Miami Vice, which was excellent, and a variety of really over the top things. And that just makes it visually, we're like, okay, people came to party.
Yeah.
The gal with the Watch the Tram Car shirt guy was wearing a shirt that said, hey, bitches on it. And so thank you to all those. And people make up special Eggs with Peg and Preston and Steve shirts and everything for those.
We had some people there who had been virtually to every one of these things, which is amazing.
There's a couple, and I always forget the husband's name, but the wife's name is Brittany, and they're at a ton of our events, but like, not only were they there on Friday, but they also brought their own ponchos. Because, when we do the baptism of beer, we toss out hundreds of ponchos. And so I saw them afterwards. I'm like, wait a second. I didn't know our ponchos had these little. And they're like, no, these are ours.
By the way, to that point, I've never seen we had more ponchos. More of the audience was ponchoed up for the baptism.
Yep.
Preston was in his papal garb. It looked really very religious.
Thanks to Marissa for bringing all the extra ponchos for everybody. By the way, you know who I want to get in here is intern Colin.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was a virgin and never made it, had never gone to the event. In fact, Colin, how old are you, by the way? 22. All right. So he'd never been to the event. And I love looking at people's faces.
Right. Who've never seen it before.
And just see what they look like. Because at one point I looked over at Colin and he had this grin on his face. I'm like, told you, right? Yeah. What did you think of the event overall, man?
Dude, it was awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Seagull Screech Off. Who was the guy that booed constantly?
Oh, Mike.
Yeah.
Listener named Mike.
Yeah. The fact that he kicked off the Seagull Screech Off and everybody outdid him
Yes.
being first was perfect.
Well, he set the bar low, and he was just a good-natured guy. It was very funny that he took the heat from the crowd. But what we did have is a number of people who had committed to being a part of this didn't show up. So there were a lot of people who out of the crowd said, "Yeah, I think I can do it." And there were some awesome participants. What'd you think overall of our seagull screechers? They were pretty good.
Oh,
right?
they were spot on.
Yeah.
And my mom, I want to shout out to her because she was like, "Oh, I can do this," especially after Mike. She's like, "Oh, I could definitely do better." And then Helen went, and then Rachel, our winner, like they were too spot on. I text my mom, and I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think you got that.
You're not going to take this one."
But Colin was instrumental in one of our contests. We had the crowd karaoke, and Colin had to hold up the signs for that.
Yep.
Got a little more confident as the contest went on. Did you notice that?
Colin did?
Colin, yeah.
Yeah, you started walking out onto the stage a little bit deeper, holding up, making sure everybody was in on it. How long did you end up sticking around afterwards? Did you have to leave right away?
No, I stayed until like 1 o'clock. Like
he went
1
out to
PM.
breakfast with us, Preston.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I was sitting by the window. I forgot who was there.
You know what during that point, that's where we lost connection back to the studio for a little bit. So yeah. But Rodney and God love the engineering staff got everything back up and running. But
hang on, I'm going to go to one of our contestants. So we decided to do a twist on the beer mile this year, and we have done it before. You can stay here. We had wanted to have a theme for this, and so we were highlighting Delaware County and all the ups and downs that Delaware County has been through at the beginning of this year, and we called it From Poop to Pope, the Pope versus Poop. And the reason being is because we had a woman take a dump on a car, and we had a man be elected first American to the papacy, and he went to Villanova, so he had a connection to Delaware County. So we wanted to commemorate these two things in one event, and we had a foot race between two people dressed as the Pope and two people dressed as human excrement. And it ended up being a half beer mile, essentially. So each person had to chug, it wasn't a full quarter mile, but anyhow, that they had to run. And the race ended up being great. We actually have our winning Pope on the line right now. So I'm going to go to Todd and bring him up on the air real quick here. Todd, good morning.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, my man?
I'm good.
Are you basking in your win still?
Yeah, definitely.
So
absolutely. That was an amazing 4 minutes for sure.
So Todd showed up. We had to ask the crowd if there were any runners out there to be a part of this contest, and Todd had volunteered. Todd's actually been in a contest before. You were in another beer mile we did a few years ago, right?
Yeah, it was actually last year.
Was it last year?
Last year. I came back from the Rolling Stones concert at 2 a.m. in the morning and got there at 6 for and then I vividly remember Kathy asking if anyone was a runner, and I shot my hand up right away. I'm like, I don't know where all that adrenaline came from, but it was there.
Well, of the whole collective, you were the one that clearly looked like a runner. Everyone else, though, listen, no matter how good a runner you are, if you're running in a full Pope outfit, that can present an issue. Did you find it extra difficult to run in, or did you master it quickly?
No, I mean, I did think that the garb went all the way to my ankle, so I was a little bit worried about that, but once I got going, I didn't even think about it.
And by the way, and I'll attest to this because I also dressed as a Pope later in the show, that costume was hot. And I don't mean sexy. Yeah. Like, I was sweating my ass off by the end of that segment, Todd.
I didn't notice that either, honestly. I mean, maybe it was the beer talking.
The beer gave you extra strength.
Well, speaking of which, was the beer too cold to chug?
I heard Ian. I mean Ike. Sorry, I heard Ike say that at the end. I didn't notice that. I mean, I was drinking beer. I was fine with it.
Well, the great thing is that
we had a beer beforehand that you guys gave us too, and it was about the same. I don't know.
We had to warm you up.
You guys are drinking out of chalices, and the poops are drinking out of little poop mugs, and it was the classic poop emoji that they were dressed as.
Yep.
Yeah. That was another thing when you guys said backstage, like, who wants to dress up as poop or poop? I'm like, poop, poop, poop.
Well, I got to tell you, Todd, you also stood down front for the entire broadcast, and you were a great contestant and a great crowd person. You know, like when we were doing the crowd karaoke, like you were.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you were screaming at the top of your lungs.
Got
You
into
could
it.
see
We appreciate that. Yeah.
I remember mostly the 60 Minutes one. You were tick, 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 and she couldn't hear a tick. I'm like, tick!
Those are themes from shows.
Well, you did a great job, man. Congratulations to both you and Ian
Thank
for
you so
being
much.
the champions.
It was really fun.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you again next year, right?
Absolutely.
All right,
You bet.
bud. All right, see you there.
All
Yeah,
right.
he was having a ball.
He
all
was.
morning long.
I was so surprised that I think his guy's name Ike or Ian.
He said Ike.
Ike. That Ike came back and won that thing.
He did. He because it certainly looked like he was going to lose. But that's the beauty of that thing is you never know whether it's going to be the poop or the pope that's going to take it.
Yep.
When he said he was a runner, I'm like, he looked more like a football player, though. You know.
But the crowd went insane.
Yeah, that last
when
run.
he came running through to win the whole thing. I didn't think they were going to be that into it, but we had a monitor up on the wall that was showing the video that these guys running down the street. So everybody inside was full on invested in watching these guys run that thing, and they weren't just zipping in and out. So it ended up being great. That was a wonderful contest.
Nick, who ran out and encountered a seagull? You were.
I think I
it flew
did,
towards
maybe?
the door.
Yeah, it was right outside, and right before there were two funny moments, Steve, that happened right before the runners ran out the door. The seagull landed like literally right outside, and then poor Colin was helping get things set up, and so he's like kind of walking back right in front of the door, and Preston's giving the countdown as to the race about to begin. I was like, Colin, get out of the way, Colin, you gotta go, Colin, move. And so fortunately he got out of the way in time. But yeah, it was a tight race, a couple of lead changes, and there's nothing like somebody running in a poop emoji costume.
Yeah, and Greg Monahan, former employee here at Greater Media of Beasley, was one of our contestants, and dude, Monahan was in his glory. He was having so much fun. It was great to see him.
He's never been able to participate. Well,
you're not allowed to if you're an employee.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I don't work here anymore. He's like, So he was on board. But
that guy brings the party with him.
He didn't win, unfortunately, but that was a great contest. And then we had the seagull screech off, of course. Actually, was that before that? I don't remember.
It was
the
before
order
that.
of them.
Yeah. Seagull screech.
But it was interesting because the person that won is my youngest child's boss's daughter.
I had no idea. Yeah.
Who ended up winning. I found that out later. And I'm telling you, man, I hope that becomes even bigger and bigger every year because I'm blown away by what some of these gals can do as far as their impressions
They're
go.
not only, it's not a standard. They all have their different riffs, their different impressions. It was kind of funny as it was all women except for one gentleman. And then anytime the woman was the mention of a boyfriend or husband came up.
Oh my God. It was a theme throughout the morning. We had a lot of attractive girls that were there. And anytime anyone was up on stage, it was the first one, I'm like, who are you here with? She's like, I'm here with my husband. And the crowd's like, boo. Nick's like, oh, you've got a shot, you know.
Because you booed the boyfriend who's not on stage. She now wants to go out with you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And so we had a few of them. And then eventually had a girl up there who said she was not with her boyfriend or husband, and everybody started cheering.
It was a very predictable guy crowd, but it was
loved
the
it.
blend was terrific. Again,
It really was.
All age groups, and it's just cool to see that and see that become sort of a tradition for a lot of families. I know it's weird to say that, especially with our final contest. We had
to add some culture to the morning.
Yeah.
So Casey came up with an idea of another way to commemorate this woman in Delaware County that had taken a dump on someone's car.
It's a milestone. It was a global story, and you needed to give it its proper due.
So we did the Delco Deuce, and if you want to see pictures, Bill Kane captured some pretty special moments of Casey as he was squatting in adult diapers over the faces of volunteers. And Casey was dropping certain substances onto their face, and they had to identify what it was. And it went through a variety of things like pudding and barbecue sauce and chili, which was my favorite.
From my angle, from where I was on stage, it literally, Casey, looked as if you were taking dumps on people's faces. Especially, again, Preston, the chili was the one that just, I mean, it is... Thank God they were, and the people were loving it. But I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is as close as you can get.
Everybody had a smile on their face. They're all having a good time, which was cool. I was, on the ground, sort of covering it from the low person's perspective and looking up at Casey's ass as he was dumping this stuff out. And Casey, I don't know what it was, but like, the barbecue sauce smelled so strong. And then like that, it just stuck in my nose the entire rest of the morning.
It got in Marissa's hair.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, so the plan is that we were going to use goggles, regular swimming goggles, and black out the eyes. And that way, nothing would get in somebody's eyes in case they got some splatter or something like that. Well, Casey went to the dollar store and he bought these glasses that said adult size on them.
It said adult.
So this is before the show, and we're starting to open these things up. And I'm like, these are like children's size. Like they will not fit. And I have a small head, like not even close. Casey managed to squeeze a pair on his eyes. You didn't have them on for 5 seconds. You had to take them off. They hurt so bad.
Yeah, because the rubber around the goggle part was basically like metal.
Yeah.
So we're like, oh great. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
And so Marissa grabbed some bandanas and they put them over their eyes. And one of the guys got up. I forgot who it was, but he lifts up and he's just got, or maybe it was a girl, barbecue sauce in her eyes.
Well,
all over the face and in her eyes.
She lost her bandana. We gave her a bandana in the back, and in that the 10 yards it was from the back to where we were, she lost her bandana. And we tried to get her another one. She's like, no, I'll just put my hands over my eyes.
That's right, yeah. That was her solution.
It didn't quite work.
And then another one of our contestants, I've forgotten her name because she's been involved in our show stuff there before. She's a tall blonde, very, very short blonde hair. Awesome. She was the one you did the chocolate sauce on, Casey. I saw her backstage later on, and her neck and chin are just covered in chocolate. And we're like, do you want a towel? You want to wipe it? She's like, hell no, I'm wearing this all day. I'm going around everywhere. It's like, this is going to give me free drinks all day.
That's hilarious.
So it ended up being great.
Oh, my God.
I mean, this is honestly, I think if you have any sort of squeamishness about this sort of stuff, you would watch this and it might make you gag a little bit because it looks exactly like the desired result.
Well, when literally the very first person I was squatting over, I'm squatting over, getting ready to squeeze some barbecue sauce into her face, and then I just look up and I see Scott from Zippy's Bikes. We just lock eyes, and I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah, this is our show.
Yeah, this is our show.
He's one of our sponsors. He gave us the bikes to give away in case he's like, oh, I'm sorry.
He thought it was funny.
Well, and I personally, the baptism of beer was the most fun one that I've been involved with. Steve wrote me these great fake Bible passages and call and response to the congregation, the statements that I made, and we dressed me as the Pope, because why not? We had an extra Pope costume. And and Colin was my mic holder, so he's backstage. He's behind the bar holding up this long boom stick with a mic on it, which ended up being great because I could have my hands free and could really dump people with it. And it's funny because as I'm pouring beer on people, they either bow their head down or they go straight up with their mouth open, and so I'm just dumping it on everyone.
Like koi fish.
Yeah, it was. It was a lot of fun, and the sayings people were getting a kick out of. And then when we got done with it, and I threw the last pitcher out, I walked back to the end of the bar that was close to the stage, and I saw all these people. They were looking up at me, and I'm like, I'm going to crowd surf. I'm like, why not? I'm like, I haven't done this, and I don't know. I think I've only done it one time. I'm like, screw it. And so I didn't stage dive.
Right.
I wasn't going to take people out, 185 pounds come flying at them. So I just kind of laid down and I'm like, carry me. And I didn't have a mic at that time. And I hear you guys talking and it wasn't until I slowly surfaced out in front of her, go, Nick! And Nick goes, Preston's crowd surfing!
I didn't know.
And it was...
No, you seem to disappear, and then we look over to the left, and you're like Supermaning it across the crowd. And
you disappeared from my field of vision altogether. And it wasn't until you announced that I'm crowd surfing that I saw you coming across my field of vision from my left to my right.
And here's the thing. I kept seeing large gaps where there weren't anybody. And I'm like, get over here. Because I was going to take a header into the ground if there weren't people to carry me. But that ended up being one of the thrills that this old man has had.
How many times did your nutsack get grabbed?
Not at all.
Yeah, really?
It was actually... It was not uncomfortable in any way. They were very respectful, and the boys did not get tweaked. And I had a nice ride from one end of the stage to the other. So
awesome. Such
a blast.
A great group, such a lot of fun. And again, listen, it's as you said, it's been a tough couple of months leading up to this, but this was a nice moment to share with everyone.
Yeah, and a lot of traditions that we hold every Memorial Day with this, and I do want to thank our friend Mike from Stake 'Em Up. There are 2 locations, by the way, because hey Mike, can we get $1,000 to give away? He's like, yeah, sure, no problem, and he does that every year for us. So Stake 'Em Up is located at 2600 South 11th Street in Philadelphia, and then they're also on the boardwalk, 1700 in the boardwalk. So basically 17th in the boardwalk in North Wildwood.
And thanks to Surfing Pig for hosting us afterwards for a little breakfast.
Good old, I went sweet this time.
There were a lot of people there.
That's what I hear. Yeah,
that were at the broadcast or were fans of the show. So we were hanging out, talking to a bunch of people. It was a lot of fun.
So and then the Zippies winners, they
Brian Eccles,
posting all weekend, right?
Thank God. Yeah. Like he and his girlfriend are both like cyclists. Yeah. So and they didn't have beach cruisers. They have like road bikes and mountain bikes and stuff like that. So they needed something for their beach house, and this is perfect for them.
I forget, how did they win those bikes? What was the contest?
There was
for
a QR code.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
And I think they have a place in Ocean City, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
And now they got bikes for their beach house, which is wonderful. And the whole weekend, so I stayed down in Wildwood, and man. We had talked about this leading up to it. The police presence was quite prevalent. They were ready to shut down everything. I saw a record number of people either getting pulled over or the police were either just had their presence. But I saw flashing lights all over the place. And Marissa was asking, did I think it was there more activity, or was it just people? They were kind of sending a message, and I think it was the police kind of sending a message with anybody speeding or doing anything that was a little bit out of line. They were kind of nipping it in the bud before it got further.
Making a statement.
We did see. We saw somebody get detained.
Okay.
On Saturday when we walked up to the boardwalk, me and my family. And like literally taken away in handcuffs, and we saw a foot chase with cops, with their hands on their weapons and stuff. And I don't know exactly what happened there. We never found anything on social media about it.
We have a man who's arguing where Alf came from.
But they were cracking down, and we saw lots, which is fine with me. I mean, because you want to have a good time. Yes. You don't want things to get out of hand.
No,
man.
And they did. And was it Seaside? Was it where did they have?
Oh yeah,
they had a huge
Seaside Heights.
Seaside Heights. They had a big.
It's like
brawl.
a 70-person brawl.
Oh really?
Yeah. So that was reminiscent of what was happening in Wildwood last year, but. It ended up being solid. Marissa, you look like you have the mic there. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I was lucky enough to go out to Denver this weekend. I stayed down the shore on Friday. Woke up. I actually went to Pierre and Ryan's broadcast over at Tropicana. That was great. Then woke up super early Saturday morning. Anyway, the reason I wanted to tell you guys was because so I'm talking to all the bartenders at the Shambles and all of like these regulars out there, and suddenly they're like, "Wait, what you do in Philadelphia looks really cool." Like, I think all of a sudden, like, their algorithm was getting our videos.
Oh, get out.
And all the moments from Keenan's. So they're like, wait, why was he dropping barbecue sauce on somebody's face? And I'm like, explaining the Delco moments and all. So guys, we have infiltrated Denver.
Nice.
With the Keenan's live broadcast.
Happy to hear that. It was staying the weekend. It didn't seem, I don't know, Casey, you stayed down the weekend too. It didn't seem as crowded as I thought it would be.
No, because I got out on my bike for a couple of different times, and there have been other Memorial Days, usually when I get my training started, where I'm like, okay, I'm just dodging cars left and right.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like...
Wow.
And I'm wondering...
I'll tell you this, because I managed to cut... I was not quite feeling quite right stomach-wise.
Yeah.
And so I said, how the hell, I'm just going to take off. and I made record time coming back. But going the other way, it was much more populated than I recall it in years past. It was jamming up far earlier than I anticipated.
Yeah, the hotels in and around my area didn't seem as jam-packed as they have been in the past. Yeah.
Well, because, Steve, I was driving back up and traffic heading down seemed pretty heavy, seemed normal for Memorial Day weekend or whatever. But I was telling you guys this before. I've really come to love being up here for Memorial Day weekend because you can get into a restaurant much more easily. That you don't have to wait in line anywhere. There's a lot less traffic on the roads in our area, and it was just nice and quiet where near where I live this weekend, and I really enjoyed that a lot. Although I went to Lowe's yesterday because I'm working on this project with my son, and Lowe's was absolutely jammed.
Was it really?
Yeah, there was a ton of people there. But it was just, it seems like smaller crowds around here for Memorial Day weekend.
How long did you leave right after the show?
Yeah, I had to get back up for some personal stuff. So
that's right.
I drove back up, but it didn't take long. I stopped at Wawa on the way out of Wildwood. You know that North Wildwood, there's that Wawa on the left-hand side.
Always a go-to.
I got a cup of coffee and hit the road. But Sean Keenan, Scott's brother, was in that Wawa. So we chatted for a little bit, and then I hit the road. But yeah, it was like less than 2 hours getting back up. It was really not bad driving home at all.
I made record time getting back. Good. I mean, it's an hour and 45 minutes, I think it was.
Did you hear how long it took Paula Decker from our sales department to get down on Thursday?
No.
It was like 3.5 hours.
That's how long it took my family to get down. About 3 hours and 5 minutes.
On Thursday?
Yeah, on Thursday.
Yeah, because Paula left here during rush hour at like 5 o'clock or whatever. It took her an hour just to get over the bridge.
Getting back took me over 3 hours yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Do you ever do the morning? Do you ever do like Tuesday morning on Memorial Day weekend?
I have done, to come straight to work.
Yeah.
I've done it a couple of times, but to do that, I have to get up at 2:30.
Yeah.
That's too damn early, man.
Yep. But no traffic.
I'd rather get some sleep, and I'd rather,
Well, you can sleep while you drive.
I could.
Well, I just waited yesterday, so I didn't. I was going to hit the road at like 7. I ended up hitting the road about 7:30. It only took us about 2 hours and 5-6 minutes to get home.
You can wait it out.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'd rather do that.
Yeah, we decided to. I wanted to get back home and get some stuff done and some things around our house. So I'm like, screw it. And I'll need to go earlier next time. I think because I left around like 12:30 or something along those lines. But that
beautiful weekend though.
Oh my God,
really wonderful. And back here at Nick, I did the same. I was staying here and just it was kind of quiet and laid back, and did some hiking with Claire, and it was great.
Hey, was it crazy windy here on Saturday?
Yes, yeah,
because it was insane
Saturday,
down at the beach.
It was yesterday.
We didn't even go to the beach.
Okay, yeah. Yesterday was perfect outside. I was outside doing yard work and stuff a lot yesterday, but I don't know if it was crazy windy, but I don't know.
Yeah, Saturday was brutal. So we had wanted to. All right, we're here. We're going to go to the beach. It was like, nope. Do not.
I judged by my heaviest patio furniture. That's my meter, and so I had to lay a few things down because
then that's an indicator.
They were blowing over.
Yeah, big time. But we did it again, and you're invited back next year if you'd like to be a part of it. We will return for the carnage. That is the opening of the Jersey Shore and Keenan's in North Wildwood, New Jersey. So, all the pictures and video that you can handle is at PrestonandSteve.com. Thanks again to Bill Kane and also our friends at Neumann University for the videos. But you can take a peek at all that stuff just in case you want to either reminisce or plan for next year. You can go right ahead and do that. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Cigars. I go, let me grab this one. It was like a Davidoff Robusto. I clip the end, walk to the register, and the woman says, that'll be $65. My wife looks at me and goes, you better enjoy that cigar, man.
And you were committed. You had to buy it. You had no choice.
I was so committed, man. I had all but lit it. I mean, the end was clipped, and I'm just looking at it like.
Look,
once you've done that, you bought it.
Mike was going to ask for a roach clip for that thing. He can smoke it all the way down.
I put my cheek and gum to get it all.
Dude.
Thanks, Mike.
That's crazy.
Oh, my God. All right.
My sister-in-law is from Greece, and so she texted me, and she said, I still will never understand why Americans go to that side of Greece. She said, it's all like this.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so there needs to be like an insider tourist information pub to tell you to avoid that type of thing. Wow, it's a big time scam. All right, well, listen, thanks for your calls. We appreciate it. We do need to take a break. I would like to, because we've got Tony Danza coming up, I would like to give away, do me a favor, Chris on line 1, have him hang on. Chris is on hold for a long time. I didn't get to go to him and see if he wants some tickets to go to see the Bob's Burgers movie. And I'll take 2 other callers as well. It's a screening tomorrow night at UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. 215-263. WMMR's from 20th Century Pictures. The Bob's Burgers movie hits theaters May 27th. So we'll give away the last of our passes now. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Don't forget Tattoo Tuesday today, so text word tattoo 39333. Might win a Preston and Steve themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We only get to do this once a year, people.
Coming up a little later on this morning, we are going to talk to Jeopardy champion, current champion, Ryan Long, who's from the area.
Doing Philly proud?
Yep, he's from Mount Airy, so born in Philly and moved to Bensalem at the age of 9. We know a little bit about him, but we're going to find out more when we talk to him around 9 o'clock.
Oh, he's from Bucks County. He's so smart.
He's so smart.
Yeah, I
so
figured.
intelligent. So
He's not from Bucks County. He's from Philadelphia.
But he moved there at
Kinda like how
9
you're
where he
not
got
from
his
Bucks County.
education.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have this
Well, have
little
him tell
debate
us,
with
yeah.
him later on this morning. But in the meantime, I saw this article. I thought it was very interesting, and it was essentially a forum. People had shared their stories of rules that were put in place because of them.
Oh, okay. I like
So
this.
You did something, and whatever you did from there on, there was a rule. This is, you can't do that anymore. And I was picking my brain and I know it's had to have happened to me. I know I've done something before with
You've
this.
caused a rule to be implemented.
I'm sure. Somewhere in school, but I can't remember what. But I
kind of think you probably did, but
maybe something will come to me. But I have some examples, and I would love to hear your stories if you had a similar incident take place. So I'll start with this one, where a person wrote in and said, "My brother and I got into a cattle prod sword fight at a farm store. We shocked the hell out of each other a few times, and now they have the cattle prods locked up." We were in our 30s when this happened.
Oh, my God.
So they made a rule at the store that you could no longer take out the cattle prods. Another one says, I put a croissant in one of those hotel conveyor toasters, and it soon became engulfed in flames and had to be extinguished. The next day at breakfast, there was a sign that said, "If you'd like your croissant toasted, please ask a staff member." So they put up a rule after that. Here's one, definitely that had some lasting power to it, I'm sure. This says, as a kindergartner, I once fell asleep in the bus. I was on the bus, and when I woke up, the bus was in the garage.
This happened.
I had to yell to get to someone to get me out. So to this day, every bus driver in my school district needs to walk to the back of the bus and check every seat before they park the bus.
This has been in the news a few times where they've had kids and the bus driver failed to do that. There was a kid sleeping in the back seat.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard, though.
Yeah.
For bus
So
drivers.
this-
They're supposed to anyway.
This probably happened a long time
Yeah,
ago.
right.
They made that rule. Here's another one. It says, in my high school history class, there were about 10 of us who were really close friends, and we take every opportunity to make your mom jokes. And a couple of months into class, the teacher made us sign a treaty promising to stop making fun of each other's moms. We signed
That's
it,
funny.
and then we started making fun of each other's dads right after. I like this one a lot, too. It says, a friend of mine in a military school found out the regulations never stated what color the bed sheets for a bed made for inspection had to be in. So this man went and bought Power Ranger sheets and made the perfect regulation bed. And I've never seen so many sergeants lose their cool but be unable to actually do anything since the regs were perfectly followed.
That's great.
Needless to say, the next year's regulations were updated to state that sheets must be plain white. So they absolutely changed the rule altogether at a military school. Let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. Well done. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I used to work at Tower Records, open until midnight. And we were basically allowed to play any tunes we wanted on the stereo. And I was a practical joker, and I decided that "Animal" by Wasp was a great idea.
All right.
To play through the entire store. And if you know the song, it's not a good idea. So the manager was right there, came out screaming, and he said, "Now here's a short stack of CDs you guys can only listen to." And no, nothing good there.
So he took this broad policy, and you caused it to be refined down to a selection of sort of neutral music.
Yeah, a lot of Steely Dan in there.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not Wasp.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Thanks,
hilarious.
Kenny. Yep. Rule changed because of you. Let me go. You guys will know this one. Let me go to Stoney. Hi, Stoney. Good morning. Oh, my. Wow. You sound like you hurt yourself on that one, Stoney. What's up, bud?
Yo, what's up, man? You guys know me. I'm the sled builder. I'm the one that almost killed Pierre.
Yes, from the Cardboard Classic.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
And because of that, you guys don't allow us to use fireworks. Not allowed to ride on the second floor.
Right.
Yeah, I also built the big wheel. Well, a buddy of mine built it. We're not allowed to roll down a hill anymore.
That's right.
You are the reason
Dude, that was
for
great.
a lot of roles.
Had to do a lot of refinements. And if you ask, is it a good idea? Just ask Mr. Peanut.
Yes. Yeah, so Stoney was the cause of rules being changed at the Cardboard Classic. Multiple rules being changed.
Multiple rules.
Yeah. Nice job, Stoney.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, bud. We'll see you next
Thank
year.
you. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
I have one that's slightly embarrassing, and Steve, you'll have a field day with it. I had a job when I was pretty poor. When I was 21 years old, my job was to drive around enterprise cars, and I didn't have any money. And so there was a Mercedes dealership where I would drop off cars and pick up cars. And at that Mercedes dealership, they would offer up free breakfast for their customers. But I was also hungry in the morning, and so I would avail myself to the bagels and the coffee that they had out for their paying customers. And
where did the food go?
Well, I didn't take all of the food. I just took enough for me. No, not a lot. Shut up. Just a little bit every morning. But they eventually had to put up a sign that said, "Bagels and coffee for Mercedes customers only." And I was like,
It didn't say "Dear Nick."
That was that's for me. All right.
Well, here's
That
a similar story to that. This says, I worked concessions at a ballpark that had an all-you-can-eat promo day where tickets were more expensive than usual, but concessions, excluding alcohol around the stadium, were free. So I worked that day, and of course it was awesome. When the line started dying down in the game, they started sending home some of the hourly employees, myself included. But I didn't go home. After I clocked out, I stayed in the stadium, got some cheeseburgers, cheesesteaks, and a soda, then found an empty seat in the crowd for the last few innings. The next year, they had the same promo. New rule for staff. If you get sent home early, you actually have to leave the stadium. So it's similar to you, Nick.
But I understand his point.
Let me go to Steven. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie.
Thank you for the serenade. What's up, man?
So when I was a kid, me and my family used to belong to the Warminster Swim Club, and all the township folks used to cut through the swim club to get to their maintenance building quicker. So when I was 14, I was riding my bike through the swim club, and I got nailed by a van. Township supervisor was driving through.
And so then after that, what happened?
No more cutting through the parking lot.
No more cutting through the
Well,
parking
you can
lot.
understand that clearly
Yes.
since you almost died.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
took one for the team, for the walkers
Damn
and
it.
bike riders. Thank
Yeah.
you, Steven. Appreciate it. Let's go to Will. Hey, Will, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, what's up, man?
So back in the ancient times of the mid 1990s, teachers had copy cards for their copiers at school, and they would sometimes send a couple students to go make copies for them. Well, I was one of the responsible ones, and they sent myself and one of my friends to go make copies. Well, one of my friends takes the copy card and decides to copy a magazine from his father's collection and send pictures around the entire school. And so after that, teachers were never allowed to give copy cards again to their students.
Wow.
Of course.
They killed it.
Because you were working now in the porn industry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you can understand. Yeah.
Good times. Good
Thanks,
times.
Will.
I love those
appreciate
last second scrambles because I didn't realize that we had that we had not a common like the Power Ranger bed sheets.
Right.
We should have specified.
Here's another example. It says in middle school, I would use Sharpie, permanent markers to, quote, tattoo myself. Other kids thought that it was cool, so I started charging $1 per drawing wherever they wanted. The principal found out, and after I refused to stop, she put a ban on Sharpies for the entire school. Even the teachers could not bring them in. And then this person writes, I'm a tattoo artist now.
Oh, my God. That's
Ended up
funny.
making a career out of it. I will go to Holly. Good morning to you, Holly.
Good morning.
What's up, Holly?
Bother your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was in middle school. I think I was like 12 or 13, and I decided I wanted Domino's pizza, so I ordered one, had it delivered to the cafeteria. Apparently, they never had a rule about that, but there was one after that.
You're like Spicoli. You got pizza delivered to school.
Yeah.
I did, Domino's, but I had to share it.
And so did they talk to you about it, or did they just issue a statement that said no more of this?
Well, they did. I had a principal that actually I loved. We got along great, and he had to vice principal, and he had to pull me aside and talk to me, and he said, "This is not like you, Holly. I can't believe you did this, but good one."
Yeah,
Well,
all right.
That was that bad. You ordered a pizza. That's all.
Yeah. But they made a rule
Yeah.
after that. So, all right, thanks. Here's a text that says,
You gotta buy our crappy pizza.
Says, according to my husband, a 2-beer at a time limit was installed and stated at the Fest House in Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, because of him and his buddies building beer cup pyramids on the table, dancing every dance with the Fest House dancers, and generally acting like drunken maniacs. Don't know if this is really true, he said, but apparently that happened.
2-beer limit.
Here's a similar one. This one says, in college, some friends and I used to go to a Mexican restaurant every Thursday and often on Saturdays for their $1 margaritas. As a group, we would go there a lot. And eventually, they put a new rule in. It was now $2 margaritas and no more than 4 margaritas per person.
Oh, bummer.
A lot. Well, so I wasn't responsible for it, but there used to be the thing at the Roy Rogers where the Fixins bar, and people would go and just make sandwiches. So there was one right near my college. And
It's real quick, Tattoo Day today. So if you're interested in getting a free Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from our friends Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, you could possibly win a $350 gift certificate right now. Go to the contest page at WMMR.com and you can enter there. And if you want to take a look at the handiwork, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. Before we dive into anything else, real quick, I got a couple of shout outs that I missed. I want to pass these along. I got this from Denise Antonelli. She said, Dear Preston, I turned 70.
Whoa.
On May 24th. And as that approaches, I'm looking back and forward and counting my blessings. So I'm writing to not request a shout out for myself, but one for the biggest blessings in my life. My daughter Shay and my daughter Jordan and her husband Terrence and my granddaughters Casella and Anika. They've given me more happiness than any one person deserves, and I love them to pieces. Also, if I may, a quick shout out to Nick. Partly inspired by his travels later this summer, I'm taking a 3-week train trip across the country and will be visiting, among other things, 3 national parks. Thanks, Nick. And finally, I admire the way you honored Kathy, miss her, and love you all. She said, P.S. We're all podcasters in addition to live listeners, so whenever you can get to this is just fine. So a couple shards there, if you don't mind, Steve, for family and friends and Nick and all that.
I had a bit of an email correspondence with her. She's doing Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, and Glacier National Park.
Those are some good ones.
3 really good ones, yeah. So if you're going to cross any off your list, those are 3 good ones to start. And she's doing train for a lot of it. So good luck. Have a wonderful time in your travels.
I don't know why I'm going to bring this up here, but it's the coolest thing. And it's did you see the footage of Papua New Guinea? I think there was a volcanic eruption. People out on the ocean. You saw a case? I did. And so you see the eruption. The volcano erupts. And the captain of this vessel says, get ready for the impact.
Oh, that's old. Yeah,
Is that old?
It's been around for at least
it's
10
making the rounds.
years or more.
I never saw it. It blew my mind.
Yeah, it goes, get ready for the shock. It's coming.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
Wow. If you watch that closely, too, you can also see huge, like car-sized chunks of debris.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Landing in the water.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But there was also a big eruption at Kilauea over the weekend. It said it shot lava 1,000 feet into the air?
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
That's crazy.
I just made me think of it because this woman was having a 70th birthday party.
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely. Sure. All right, and then one last thing. Another email I got says, Nick Summers, they wanted a shout out in New Holland, PA. Nick Summers, an anniversary shout out for the two loves of my life. Oh, he's requesting a shout out. May 25th, shout out number one goes, my first love, Star Wars. This franchise has been there for all of the ups and downs of my life and has thankfully kept me in debt with its incredible action figures throughout the years. Shout out number two, he said, goes to my true love of my life, lovely wife Uriah.
Behind Star Wars.
Thanks to her, I'm alive. And she said, this year was our first MMRBQ, and wow, what a show Bush and Mammoth were for us. Just amazing. Thank you guys, and keep on rocking, Nick Summers. So
Nick Summers is a cool kind of agent name.
Yeah. Agent Nick
Name's
Summers.
Nick Summers.
Yeah. Hey, something we failed to mention when we were recapping the weekend. There was a lot of stuff going on here, even though, Nick was saying that things seemed a little bit more easier and slower tempo. There were some high-profile events that were going on at the sports complex.
Huge.
You had two shows from Metallica, and then you had Jelly Roll and Post Malone playing together at Citizens Bank Park.
As a matter of fact, because the Metallica bookended that, they played Friday and Sunday, where Post Malone and Jelly Roll did Saturday. And I was texting with Kathy because she was at the Post Malone and Jelly Roll concert, and she said that Metallica was in the suite next to her.
No way.
Wow.
That is wild.
Wait, did anybody see Ryan, Pierre's producer's pictures of Metallica and James? Ryan, you should come in and show these guys. I don't know where he is.
Come into the studio, Ryan. Ryan, to the air studio.
Ryan Shuttleworth. There he is.
Ryan Shuttleworth.
Show Preston the photo you just showed me of James Hetfield. No zoom. No.
Oh, wow. That's how close you were?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wound up in this little area called the Snake Pit. So,
wow.
Their entire stage is shaped like a giant donut. And inside of that donut is a separate little stage that somehow got my way into. And it was a religious experience for me. They're my absolute favorite band. And it was I have no voice because of it. I'm a grown man that cried in a heavy metal pit, and I'm man enough to admit it. So it was a really fun night.
That's an incredible proximity to. You've seen them before, obviously.
Yeah, that was probably my dozenth show. But it was.
How would you rank it?
Top of the list.
Top of the list.
Top of the top.
Best concert ever.
Best concert ever.
Wow.
Yeah, it was quite moving.
Did you see the footage of James? It was technically backstage as right before Metallica was about to take stage. And you sort of forget, these people are human, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's about to take stage in front of 80,000 people, and he needs to bring it. So you can just see him getting into the zone.
Focused. And
I'm really good.
Yeah.
Mental preparation. I am so good.
I'm really good at this.
I got this.
I can do this. I can sing. I can play guitar.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Good. So best concert ever. And so Ryan, you cried a little bit. You shed a tear.
I did.
Is that awesome? That actually leads to a pretty good conversation about have you ever cried at a concert?
I cried at the Last Fish concert I went to.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a song called Monsters. It's a really pretty song. It's so funny because my friends that I was with, thank God, they thought it was a bathroom song. And I was like, are you sure? Because when
you sure about that?
Because when it gets back, to the end of the song, and Trey makes his guitar sing, it's absolutely, positively worth every second of it. And they all left, and thank God they did, because I sobbed like a baby.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just from melodically, what he was playing made you cry?
Melodically, musically, lyrically, it all...
Psychedelically?
Were you
Not
tearing up, or was it like a...
Oh, no, it was a cry.
Oh, okay.
It was a cry.
The one that got me, and I didn't full on sob or anything like that, but I definitely shed a little bit of a tear, was Paul McCartney when he played at the Wells Fargo Center, and it was the opening song, and he plays 8 days a week, and I'm like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, I can't believe I'm seeing this. This is, oh my God, this is incredible, and I got all weepy.
Yes, you're all seeing this, and you cry like a bitch.
Yeah. I got all weepy. I couldn't believe it. Unexpected totally hit me.
How would you ever anticipate? I mean, you're seeing a Beatle sing that song. Again, those are the moments, and either you get that emotion or you don't. Yeah. But I can completely understand it.
I think I cry at every concert I go to at this point. Honestly, like I've just I'm a weepy little bitch at this point in my life, and I don't care. I love feeling those emotions, and sometimes it's the people that you're with that you don't get to spend enough time with. Sometimes it's the music, sometimes it's the drugs and the alcohol. It's just a combination of all of it. And like when I get to that moment, I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that I'm able to like let those emotions out and just enjoy it, and on a pure emotional, visceral level. It makes me happy.
Nick, I feel the same way because not only like this is my absolute favorite band, I took one of my childhood best friends with me that some of my fondest memories, like we would sit in his basement and listen to Metallica records and just have the time of our lives. And getting to celebrate it with him was one of those reasons that, man, it was just, I felt complete at that moment.
That's how I felt when I was center row for Van Helsing's Curse, D. Snyder.
Oh, D. Snyder, when he did that, you are sure.
I mean, I thought I was in Transylvania. It was amazing. No, actually what did it last time I recall really tearing up was Peter Gabriel doing So, the full album. It was amazing.
So how was traffic getting out of there?
A nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh, so Sunday night, I had all these grandiose plans. Like, all right, we're gonna go back into the city. We're gonna continue the adventure. I was probably stuck in the parking lot for close to 2 hours. I turned my car off. I walked over to Live and said, I'll have a beverage, and then I just kept like meandering out to see how traffic was, and it was just like 2 full hours. I'm like, all right, I think this was my evening.
Well, you had an out of body experience, so you were able to process it a little bit, right?
I tried to. I don't think I processed it fully yet. I'm still kind of shaky and weepy, and that'll be it'll happen later on. So.
Man, traffic in that area, listen, we've said it many times before, and either you, I mean, if you've ever been stuck in something, you just say, okay, I guess I'm living here for a while. Direct my mail to this location.
Ryan, did you go to both shows?
I did. I was there for both shows.
Okay. And how magical was the first show?
It was... the whole thing was quite surreal. Like, that was the first time I was ever in this area. I've only ever dreamt of being in this little kind of pit area called the Snake Pit.
The donut hole.
The donut hole. They should rename that. And just, it was like, no, this isn't happening. Yeah. Nah, this isn't. And then they come out and it's just like, oh, blank, it really is happening.
Yeah.
It's kind of doing that. And trying to anticipate what's next because they're doing a no repeat weekend. So whatever you're hearing that first night, you're not going to hear again. Like, Master of Puppets closed out the first night. Guess what? You needed to be
You
there
didn't hear for the second. So did you, were you in the same location for both shows?
Both shows. I was in the same spot, so.
I mean, that's pretty friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
Did they have any surprise covers or anything interesting that was out of the ordinary?
Second night, they did Whiskey in the Jar, which was really cool to hear. From the first night, the big surprise, they opened the encore with this really thrashy song called Fight Fire with Fire, which you don't really get to see too often, but it was just a really fun night celebrating with people around you. I mean, making friends with everybody who's traveled in or listens to the station even.
Which night did Josh Groban come out for?
I believe that was in between the first and second night.
You raised me up. Shut the f*** up. So how many albums, studio albums does Metallica have? How many songs do they have in their...
Oh, God. It's close to a dozen, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, they could do this for an entire week and not run out of songs.
So,
they really could.
What's funny about, and I hate to always bring it back to Fish, but Fish did 13 nights at Madison Square Garden.
Right.
It called the Baker's Dozen. Steve, they didn't repeat one song in 13 consecutive nights at Madison Square Garden.
They actually just played one song.
And Metallica had commented on it. They were like, they were in an interview or something like that, and James, they were like, yeah, they did this like 13 nights, and they're like, not one repeat. Like,
as much of a fan as you are, do you think if you were to go that deep cut in a Fish concert, would you still love it?
Or
okay,
no doubt.
Right.
Yeah, in fact, I would still know, like, I mean, 13 nights. I would probably venture to say I would be able to pick out 98% of those songs.
Pretty heavy duty.
Maybe even more.
Ryan, was it the Limp Bizkit both nights?
No, so it was different openers too. So night number one, it was Ice Nine Kills and Limp Bizkit.
Okay.
And Limp Bizkit said it was pouring. It was, I mean, their DJ equipment got ruined. They played break stuff twice, so they did some repeats. But they were night number one. Night number two was Suicidal Tendencies and Pantera.
Wait,
So
Limp Bizkit did break stuff twice?
They played it twice.
In one set?
In one set. So
And
there's
then
your repeat.
didn't a kid come up and play guitar for? Did they do Faith?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I was
They had a kid from
trying
the
I was
crowd.
trying to go get a beer at that point, to be honest with you. So I'm gonna go, yes, that's true.
And so, what did you think of the opening, guys? I mean, did they all do great?
Everything was just it was.
All right.
I think it was the best sounding stadium show I've seen. Like, because sometimes there's some kind of I'm not sure how this is going to sound because it doesn't necessarily translate to a football stadium, but I mean, this was a surround experience. It was unbelievable.
There's an old saying, it's no roof, no rock.
Exactly.
But apparently they pulled it off.
They figured out that arena because that stadium because the U2 concert and the Rolling Stones, more in the past couple of years, sounded pretty damn good. And that's you just kind of consign yourself to the fact that you're not going to really hear it if you're going to go to something this sprawling. But I think they got it figured out.
How are the pyrotechnics?
Oh, it was, standing in the middle of all the flames going off, it was a little chillier, and I was like, okay, this is nice now. The fire will warm me up. This is good. But yeah, so, you can see.
Hey, James, did the fire warm you up?
Oh, my God. So they had, all these different, towers that showed everything. Every seat in the house got to hear and got to see this band at their absolute best.
It's so cool.
Nice.
So, yeah.
And you guys had full concert coverage of it going on with Pierre?
Oh, God, yeah. We have some more audio that we're working on. So, and so there was a pop-up shop as well somewhere. It was 23rd and Shunk Street where you can get exclusives up. So I nabbed, for every city, they have an exclusive vinyl pressing of their latest record, 72 Seasons. And I have it next door, and it's Kelly Green, actually. So it's really wicked.
So when you were at the link, did you see any of the setup for Post Malone and Jelly Roll across the street, which was Saturday night?
Oh, I didn't venture that far in.
Okay.
But I saw some of the stuff on social media. It was pretty wild as well.
Yeah, it's just a packed night of stadium shows this past weekend. And I think it was Post Malone brought out Allen Iverson. Was it Post Malone or Jelly Roll? One of them brought out Allen Iverson.
Post Malone.
Yeah.
And,
that's cool.
And hang on. So as that concert was going on, that was Saturday night. Was Barry Manilow at the Wells Fargo Center?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Wow.
Yes.
A lot of crossover between those audiences.
How old? He's in his 80s. How old is he?
I don't know. My sister was
Barry
at the
Manilow.
show. Yeah.
I said, this is his farewell tour, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole conceit here.
It might have been.
I think that's it.
He's 81.
81. He was moving around, man. Got to give him credit.
Now every time I hear it, Barry Manilow, I think of Road Trip. Wait, Barry's last name is Manilow? That was Tom Green's character? Yeah. Barry Manilow? So, clearly, huge weekend at the sports complex here. We're watching video now of AI and Post Malone bringing him out
The
on
crowd
stage.
went nuts, by the way, Preston, for the Manilow concert when Two Live Crew opened up.
Wow.
This is
Sure.
just such a flashback.
Special reunion for the Barry Manilow show.
I think he came out for Face Down Ass Up, Steve. They were saying that one together.
Barry Manilow did?
Yeah.
For Face Down Ass Up.
I'm very excited to have these next fellows on the stage. If you're a fan of having your face down and your ass up, I think you know who I'm bringing out.
Man.
I'm a Manilow fan. I'm just going to jump in here and say that.
Yes. I do like Barry Manilow as well, so especially Copacabana. What are we listening to? This Two Live Crew? Love you a long time. Wow. All right. Well, I'm sure, yes, getting in and out of that area all weekend long had to have been just a pleasure for everybody involved.
Yeah, no thanks.
Though it sort of psychologically kicks off. We're moving into a time where we're going to have some of the biggest events in the world occurring right here.
Yep.
So, and concert-wise for this summer season, it's looking pretty amazing.
Yeah, we had talked about all the summer events. It's going to be a big deal. Hang on a second. Chaz wants to comment on the Metallica show real quick. Hey, Chaz, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Hey, man. I went to both nights, and I was in the 200s, and the sound was awful. No, the acoustics are terrible. You can't send sound in every direction. It was all echo. You couldn't hear James's lyrics. It was better on Sunday. Sunday was a great show, but Friday was terrible. Worst concert I've ever been to.
Well, do me a favor. Compare it to what the sound was like for Manilow.
He's amazing.
He's the man. Is a legend. No, you know what? It happens sometimes, Chaz. You can, and in fact, it was a Guns N' Roses show.
Yes.
That we heard, depending on where you sat, whether or not you were getting a decent experience.
Designed for the lower level.
Yeah.
No, I think you're
Thanks,
right.
Chaz.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all I got to do is end up like Ryan Shuttleworth and get down in the snake pit twice.
Right this way, Mr. Shuttleworth.
That's all you have to
And is this your childhood friend?
It's not real. It didn't happen. I'm still waiting to wake up. It didn't happen. I need to figure out I'm going to name all of my future children to whomever I need to owe all this to. Seriously, it's
Where did Pierre sit?
He was with me on the second night. So
Okay.
I think he went to Manilow on Saturday and then Metallica. So
Really?
That seems like a Pierre weekend.
It certainly is. So he was with me on
Manilow and Metallica.
It's all rock
I've
and roll.
taken
isn't
care
it?
of the M's.
Is there any truth to this? Somebody had texted in and says Post Malone has a song called White Iverson.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that was his first single. So yes, that's true.
Oh, that makes total sense then.
Is that like the Iverson's ritzy cousin from France?
White Iverson? I don't really know, but
Like Stefan?
Yeah. Completely different character, same person. Yeah.
So we're going to start doing mandatory Manilow on.
That'd be great.
Mandatory Manilow. I love it.
And the thing is, you look at him, he has not had any work done whatsoever.
No, man, it's all natural.
Oh, my God.
He
It's
looks
terrible.
like a falcon.
Yeah. When is the playback with Wolfgang?
It'll be this Thursday, starting at high noon. So it'll take up the whole workforce block. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ryan Shuttleworth.
Thank you, guys.
The concert coverage here on MMR, and hopefully you got a chance to get out. We gave away plenty of tickets for that show, which was pretty cool as well. So I was happy that that it ended up being great shows.
I wonder how the other events went. The bowling thing that we were a part of, and there was was there a screening or something? There were a couple of things. There were just a whole Metallica immersion.
We had an event with Kirk Hammett, and so hopefully
Bowling with the bus driver.
Well, with the staff, I guess, if you will. So hold on, Marissa's bringing in a note. Let's see what this says. What is this? What is it?
I don't know. It's a sticker. It says what the
F
is a squindo.
is a squindo. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
That's cute, Marissa. What is it?
Sorry. That is the person that Sarah interviewed. Sarah Parker interviewed this guy at the Fillmore, and he's the one that does all of Metallica's art. That does all their posters and T-shirts and things like that.
There's Squindo and Patrick
Yeah.
and SpongeBob.
Squidward.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's close. It's close.
They volunteered at Phil Abundance too. The Metallica crew of people.
Oh, wow.
Did a blood drive. Yeah. Really.
There was a time when Metallica looked like, it was that train was pulling in, and it was, it was going to be over, or at least, they were going to hit, their level and just kind of stay at that, and then they came roaring back. I mean, they're on top of the world.
Yep. By the way, speaking as an offshoot of this conversation, I saw this article this morning, and it's essentially it discusses how spending money on certain things can make you happier, because there's whether or not money can buy happiness or not is a money can't buy me love, is the old saying, right, from the Beatles. But this woman, happiness researcher, her name is Jessica Weiss. And she says that actually, yes, it can absolutely buy happiness, but only some purchases trigger it. And the reason I bring this up is number one on her list is live music. Is paying to go see
live music.
A concert. That money is actually money well spent because of what it does for you mentally, essentially.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The communal nature of all of it, just the catharsis. It's an escape for a couple of hours. If it's a band that you love, or it's a band that you even just like, and maybe you're going to like them a little bit more when you're done with the show. To me, I hope to do that until the day I die. Go to as many concerts as I possibly can. Travel to see bands that I love. I can't say how much it means to me, and I alluded to it earlier. But when the emotions start flowing, it used to be something that was mildly embarrassing to me, and now I love it. I can't get enough of it.
It's hard for me to perform unless I see Nick out in the audience.
Hell yeah.
Hey, man.
What's up, brother?
I love you, bro.
I love you, too.
Absolutely.
I miss you.
I should have put you in the donut hole.
Love you, bro. I had a lady who messaged me over Instagram a couple of weeks ago, and she's like, "You talk about Pearl Jam too much, and Casey talks about Fish too much." Shut up.
Yeah.
We love these things. I'm going to talk about the things that I love. Preston loves Rush. Steve had a great time at the So concert with Peter Gabriel. We work at a freaking rock station. Yeah. Shut your damn hole, lady.
Well, I see you're processing it well.
Yeah. Well, I just need to vent.
I've lost a little bit of the fire for it. I have some extenuating circumstances because I have my hearing issue, and it is not as enjoyable as it used to be for me because I have to wear earplugs. And
I was just going to ask.
You get a muffled sound. It's not the same experience, and I'm always tempted to pull them out, and I do a little bit, and I know I'm doing damage to something that I need long term, my hearing. And it's unfortunate because there was, and I've told you this before, when I would pull up to a venue that at a concert that I was excited to go see, it made me want to poop. It made me want to actually take a dump. I would get my bowels would loosen up. I would get so excited. I kid you not. I would get butterflies in my stomach, and I can't wait to get in there and get this going on.
Would you call it nervousness?
A little bit of excitement, really.
Nerve poops?
Excitement poops.
I tell you, to that point, when you're at a show, and to your point, Nick, when you're there, and it's the whole. And you, Casey, as well, and Bobby and Cindy listening at home, and that little boy in the hospital hopes I talk about. When the artist walks out on stage, there's like,
yeah.
And it never goes away, especially if it's an artist you've been a fan of for a while. It never goes away.
But that's what, I was mentioning earlier, watching James Hetfield get in a zone for the show. To me, that hit so hard because I'm like, this matters to him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He's not up there phoning it in, and so many of the artists that I love. You know what I mean? They're not just going and collecting a paycheck, right? They love what they do. They love what they're doing for themselves first, and then everybody else second. I love that.
Well, it's also, and not to take anything away from that, but as you age, it gets a little harder, and you've got to go, okay, man, I hope I can bring it tonight. I hope I
go to the bathroom.
God, do I have to take a dump?
Rod will be out in just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the bathroom. But he's really going to melt your butter just like he's melting the porcelain in that toilet.
Oh, my God.
By the way, Rod Stewart's at the Man. We were talking about him earlier this morning, July 12th. Okay. And you know who's opening for him? Cheap Trick.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's kind of a fun bill.
Yeah.
I am a massive fan of the Faces, the earlier stuff that he did. And I don't know, he had the longest run doing the American Songbook. That was his thing, which was received well.
By the way, somebody texted in a nice sentiment, and I thought this was kind of sums this up. It says, life is short, buy the tickets.
Yeah.
That's the thing I need to do more. I don't, because I have what I do is I taxidermy mice and I put them in little shadow boxes.
Oh, yeah, little vignettes. That's a cute idea. So anyhow,
I have a hobby.
This is from Glengarry Glen Ross.
This life happiness researcher
is Alec Baldwin.
Said going to a concert and belting out your favorite songs with thousands of strangers can be a true mood boosting experience. Singing together releases oxytocin, the bonding hormone, and endorphins that create a buzzy feeling of connection in the crowd known as collective effervescence.
Couldn't agree. Anytime you can make a hormone is just...
Research also shows that group singing lowers cortisol levels and creates a feeling of belonging that can last after the end of the show. Marissa was saying she was seeing pictures and videos of the Metallica show, and she's like, man, I really missed out on going to that. I'm like, you a big Metallica fan? She's like, no, not really. I just wanted to go to, because everybody looked like they were having a good time.
You know what? What you just said, actually, one of the moments I will always remember, and I was with my wife, Claire. We were at that time, what was it? Would have been the tweeter? I don't know. But anyway, out on the lawn, watching Tom Petty, and the entire group around me, all different ages, knew every word to every song, and it was wonderful. So, yes, I can see those endorphins being released because it's a communal thing.
I think about this stuff far too often, way too often. Too much time of my life is consumed about these thoughts. That's a magical experience, Steve. Like that.
Yeah.
Tom Petty wrote that song 40 years ago.
Yeah.
And who knew whether or not it was going to become a hit? And then it did. And then it landed on enough ears that enough people bought those records that he was able to do what he was able to do.
Right.
And then he's at that show that night, and everybody in the audience knows that song because I've heard it 1,000 times. Like, the amount of ingredients that go into that stew to make that moment happen, that's insane. The chances of those things happening are insane, and yet it still does. And if you don't enjoy that, if you can't appreciate that, you're missing out on life.
Wow.
Agreed.
All right, let me go to Yvette. Hi, Yvette. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, guys. Sorry to bother you at work.
It's okay.
All right, Yvette. What's up?
Money well spent. So this past month, I am in a place in my life now where my life is rock festivals and motorcycle rallies. So in the past 2 weeks, I started out with the Barbecue, and by the way, oh my God, it was fantastic. There with friends and family. Bush blew the roof off the place, probably best performance I've ever seen from them. And the same with 3 Days Grace. Then I drove to Florida with my daughter, met family and friends down there. We did Rockville 4 days, over 100 degrees on the racetrack every day. Drove back, and then Metallica both nights.
Wow.
Needless to say, yesterday I was exhausted.
Yeah.
So would your advice? I assume you're going to align with what Preston was saying. This author said, buy the tickets, go for it.
Buy the ticket. Buy the ticket. Go. Absolutely. Pierre says it all the time. You never know. There's times where I've seen bands where I didn't know, like I would go, like even at Rockville, I went and checked out bands that I normally would not go to.
Yeah.
And absolutely enjoyed it. Like Sublime was fantastic. I don't think I would go to a Sublime show.
You know,
but
you're raising a good point, and it's something that I've had to retrain myself to do, which is because a lot of times I'm sort of a homebody, you know, but what if I go and it's a pain in the ass, and I have to remind myself, but there are times you go when it's great.
Yeah.
So, but the only way to find out is to simply go.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're no worse for the wear if you don't have a particularly great time, but if you miss out on a great time, what a loss. So, yeah, very cool for you that you're doing all
yeah,
this.
absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Metallica was I've seen them many times.
Cool.
From over the years, from when they were underground all the way to this past weekend. This Sunday night was probably the best performance I've ever seen.
That's what Ryan was saying.
Ryan
All right,
said.
thanks. Appreciate it, Yvette. Yeah.
Have you seen, Preston, okay, I'll throw this at you now. Best concert in the moment, you know you're seeing the band at their height, or the performer at their height.
Yeah.
And it is, what would you put at the top besides would it be the Eagles again? If we
No. It was the Eagles' Hell Freezes Over tour.
Okay.
Like I was sitting there, I'm like, this sounds unbelievable.
Right.
I've never heard a band sound sharper. And the second one, which was my number one for the longest time, was 1987 Joshua Tree Tour, U2. Because what I saw happening in front of me, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
This is super special. This
Right.
is not normal. This is amazing. Every song is incredible. And I think it was the first time I had seen U2, and that blew me away, and I never missed them after that. You know, what about you?
Courtney Stodd.
No,
yes.
Stodd.
Oh my God, that first song. No,
Where is she now?
Genesis, the Genesis concert at the Nassau Coliseum. They did the In the Cage medley live, which is one of my favorite pieces, and I was like, okay, here we go. I guess I'm going to see God now.
Wow. Hang on a second. I want to go to Chris. He's only been to one concert. Hi, Chris. You're on the air. Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, the only concert I ever been to was Ozfest 07.
Wow.
And I actually met Ozzy. I had like the Black Rain album sliding by him. That was a cool concert. But yeah, I always wish I could go more, especially to like the last one that they're having in England. But you know, way too expensive.
So it's the expense that keeps it prohibitive for you, right?
Yeah. I grew up listening to Black Sabbath, like my dad's vinyl records and stuff like that growing up. So.
Do you think? I mean, honestly, is there? Would you like to get back to it? You'd like to see more shows?
Oh yeah. I would love to take my wife to see more concerts and things like that. But like with kids and stuff and work, it's really hard.
Yeah, no, I hear
absolutely,
you.
especially if you need to make ends meet. I mean, the tickets alone are pricey, but beyond that, parking and food and all the things that you add on top of that make it a healthy expenditure.
My dad wanted to go to the last Rolling Stones concert because that was like his first concert he went to. He's like a Rolling Stones fanatic, and as soon as he realized that that tickets were like $250, he was like, "That's like my insulin."
Wow, you need your insulin. Yeah, you're not going to flip a coin on that one.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
no, yeah, you raise a good point, man.
All right, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Hope you can get out some more shows sometime soon, my man. Let me hang on. Going back to the Metallica show. Whoa, hi Dan. You're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, buddy. Good morning, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. I can hear me too, which is pretty wild.
Okay. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm moving. I got to get off the phone. So I'll say this real quick. They played their instrumentals, and they sounded amazing. I was on the first level, so I could hear them so well. We were really close.
All right. So, yeah. If you were close, then absolutely. All right. Thanks, bud. You know you got to run. And I'm tired of hearing my voice in the background. So
it's kind of cool to hear what you sound like.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on the radio.
Hey, I'm on the radio. But yeah, he had different seats in the building and probably better. But hang on, we got more people commenting on the sound. I'm going to go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Good morning.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, bud?
Hey, oh my God. First time listener, long time caller.
All right. First time listener, long time caller.
Well, thank you for that.
Ryan, go ahead with your comment, bud.
It's my first time seeing Metallica. They were absolutely amazing on both nights. I was in the 200 level. Great sound quality. It was amazing.
So, Ryan, the consensus is that if you're in the lower levels, the sound was really good, and then up a little bit higher, things get problematic. But you're here to say, yeah, that was that's what you experienced.
Yeah, I had you could hear it fine in the 200 levels where I was. No issues.
Okay. All right. We'll take your word for it, Ryan. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. And it can depend on not just what level you're in, but like what area of the entire stadium, what quadrant, what portion of it. They can't, they haven't perfected getting the sound to everywhere equally as great as it's, can be. But
do you guys have a favorite venue in Philly for acoustics or, rock shows or anything like that?
Spectrum.
Yeah, Spectrum was pretty great. I like the Wells Fargo Center a lot. I like seeing shows there. The acoustics and the sound is pretty damn good.
So the
have you guys been to the Met?
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah,
it's spectacular.
I haven't. Yeah, Nick, I don't have a. Oh man, I'm not going there because the sound sucks. Type of experience. Everywhere has always been pretty decent. I actually did tell you not this MMRBQ. We were too busy the whole time. But last year. I went up onto the lawn and went towards the back, and I realized I did not have to wear my earplugs, and I could hear.
Oh, that's cool.
A nice, clean mix. So that is an option for me. The trade-off is you don't get as good a view as you don't maybe, and it's not as comfortable sitting on the ground, but. It's all your preference. Some people love being up on the lawn. They prefer, that whole communal experience and sitting on the ground or onto a blanket or whatever.
I like the Man. I think the Man is a great venue. And I think that, I've seen a number, statistically, I've probably seen more shows there than anywhere else.
You know what I went to for the first time last week? The Sellersville Theater. I'd never been there.
What'd you think?
And it's not far from where I live either. It was awesome. It's a great old room. This really cool classic theater. It's smaller than these venues we're talking about. But I went to see my youngest rock band from Souderton High School, and it was by far the best they've ever sounded. So the room is
Lends
made
itself.
For live music,
Cool.
and so that was pretty cool. So I'm still checking out some venues from time to time. But I've been to the Met and to the Fillmore and
do you know what has surprisingly
pretty much
good?
all of them. TLA,
Madison Square Garden, they
decent sound.
It has very good sound.
It does.
Acoustically, it's known. Among the bigger touring acts. That's why Billy Joel was there for so long.
Yeah, it's the best concert I've ever seen was there.
Which was Fish? Yeah, of course.
Of course.
This set, it was December 29, 2018.
I'll never forget it.
The second set is I think the greatest set in rock and roll history.
Do you have a recording of that?
Yeah, in fact, I listened to it yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I listened to when I rode my bike and then finished mowing the lawn.
Okay.
So that particular show, the second set, they started with a song called Carini, and they just went straight through. Like one song they didn't stop at all. Every song went into the next, into the next, into the. I love that.
Nice.
Shut up about Fish.
All right. Well, anyhow, big concert weekend here in Philly, and we're watching a video of Casey dancing as he is mowing the lawn. So,
listening to that very concert.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you ask someone to film that for you?
No.
No?
No, my wife is just sitting
She
there.
just caught you?
Uh-huh.
Nice. All right. Well, listen, we are going to break, but hopefully you got a chance to go out and be a part of all these events. If you weren't, joining us down in Keenan's in North Wildwood for the insanity that was that, you have plenty of options here. Number one being Barry Manilow.
Oh, my God.
So hopefully you got a chance to get out and experience that. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are indeed on the way next.
Preston and Steve. Probably corporate wide, but people would go do that and not really buy anything.
Right.
And so they had to, they put up a sign at that salad bar, for patrons only, for paying customers only, because it was getting like Nick, like the Mercedes dealers.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to Christine. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Christine. What rule did they change because of you?
Well, you said porn industry, so this goes a little towards that. So when my friend and I were 17 years old, friend of the family was the penalty box official for the Flyers back in the old Spectrum. And we were waiting for him after the game. We were outside in the corridor outside the locker room. You could get really close to the fighters at that point. So the door swings open, and Brad McCrimmon and Kathy, let's just say they call him the Beast for a reason.
Wow.
Brad McCrimmon was standing there totally naked. So, of course, 17, I'm like, oh, my God. So ever since then, they changed the rule was that nobody could get down in that corridor by the locker room unless you were affiliated with the Flyers organization. And
or
now,
a 17-year-old girl.
At 17, and
Yeah.
now I'm in human resources, so there you go.
Oh, there you go. So you're handling stories like that.
That's funny. And that was the moment they made the rule. Wow. All right. Thank you, Christine. Hope you're proud. We'll go to Frank next. Hi there, Frank.
Beating your head in with a hammer.
I was hammering in the morning.
All right. What's up, Frank?
I was a bartender, and a customer ordered a flaming shot. And I didn't tell the customer, hey, you need to blow fire out because we can't consume that. And so he goes.
We, as human beings, cannot consume fire.
No,
Okay.
Science has taught us that.
Yes.
So he goes to drink the shot, gets scared, cause fire, drops the shot. It breaks on the bar, and my bar engulfs in flames for a moment. And then, I had to take like a soda gun to spray it off.
Oh, that's funny.
So no more flaming shots at Texas Roadhouse, guys.
Oh,
There you
really?
go.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
A flaming Mo.
I don't know if it was you or the customer, but yep, absolutely. All right, some other examples. This one says, I got our human resources Dropbox taken away at work because HR threatened to not pay us if we missed a clock in or clock out. I printed out the law stating that what they were threatening was illegal, highlighted it, and put it in the HR box when no one was around. Our HR rep threw an unholy fit and tried to figure out who put the paper in her box. And from then on, everything had to be handed in personally instead of a box.
I can see that.
And they went on to say, in our defense, the phones didn't always work and the clock-in system was really unreliable. So that's why they had made that complaint. Another one says, I already did that one. My younger brother was always late to school and tardy every day. He eventually figured out that if you just skipped first period altogether and showed up to his second period, he was counted as being at school with no late penalty since he was at second period on time. And they had to change that the following year.
So the rule would accommodate just going to second period, and he would be listed as
present for the day.
As present for the day,
but with no tardy for the first
Right,
class.
right.
Okay, that's gaming the system.
Right.
Yep.
Need to adjust that.
Let's go next to him. We're taking calls on a rule that was made because of something you did, and I will go to Kenny next. Hey, Kenny. Good morning.
Hey, Kathy, it's Jay. I heard your mixtape, and I want to take you back.
Wow.
Wait, do you know Jay, or did I say his name on the air?
You said his name on the air.
That's great. Very astute, Kenny. What's up, man? What'd you do?
So in middle school, like you get changed in the locker rooms for like gym class. It's the first time you're all excited to use deodorant and be like a man.
Right.
Well, we were in the back of the bus, and some some kid, I'm not going to say his name, but he brought a lighter, and we were making fireballs in our hands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shooting flamethrowers. And the next year, our bus driver would not allow those deodorants in his bus, so I had to use stick.
Okay.
Oh, you had to use a stick from there.
Yep. And it was only our bus driver. It wasn't the whole school. It was just our bus driver. He was just an old grouchy fool.
Oh, yeah. You didn't like you making fireballs on the bus.
Come on, dude. We're just making fireballs on a moving vehicle that is powered by gasoline.
That's funny.
Wow.
All right,
I
thanks,
love it.
Kenny. Appreciate it. Here's a follow-up to our call earlier from Christine, who saw the Flyers players naked. This text says, I was dating Christine, and I was with her when that happened. I saw Brad McCrimmon's junk.
That's
so
hilarious.
they were a part of the whole thing. So, yep, legitimizing.
So that was a well-known legend with him?
I don't know. I just said his name, the Beast.
Now it is,
So.
yeah.
All right, here's another text that says, I made a fake penis out of clay in middle school, and I waved it around on the back of the bus and got caught. They had no more clay in art class because of my wiener.
Well, we are in the broadcast industry, and we have tons of fake penises around here. So
we got loads. Yeah. Let's go next to Justin. Hey, Justin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir. What's going on, Justin?
So back in high school, one summer, me and a buddy, hot day, went to a 7-Eleven. And they have the big 100-ounce mugs for soda. Well, the little deal was buy the mug, get a free soda. Well, we decided to fill it full of the slushie instead. So we fill it full of Slurpee, go to the register. She can't charge us because she doesn't have it because it's not listed as an actual drink as for the soda because we weren't supposed to fill it up. So we got the free 100-ounce Slurpee, went back the next day with the same mugs, and they plastered paper all over saying we couldn't fill it up with Slurpee anymore.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
You gamed the system for one day, though.
One day.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a big thing where remember the one where you could bring in your own receptacle?
They do that like once a year.
Right.
Yeah, where you can bring in your own.
Whatever
your
you
own
want.
one. But they sold him that one.
Yeah.
But it was just made for sodas. Here's another one that says, when I used to walk home from school, I had to walk next to the road to get to my house. And one day, I decided to see if I could walk with my eyes closed.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's...
And as I walked, I didn't feel the transition from gravel to road, so unknowingly was walking on the road, and I heard a noise and looked behind me. A line of cars had formed, but none of the cars had honked, and I immediately ran off into an orchard, but later learned why nobody honked, because 2 weeks later, they put up signs that said deaf child area on both sides of the road. They thought I was deaf, so they didn't honk.
Oh, my God.
And so they put those.
So wait, that's another thing though. Do you ever try? I try to get around my house sometimes with my eyes closed.
Do you really?
Yeah, like I've tried it to see if I know how many steps
never do that.
to the door.
I've done it a few times just to see because I wake up in relative darkness and I try not to turn the lights on to wake anybody else up, and I'm like, I wonder if I can
do that.
walk from here to there without bumping into something. Yeah.
I'm usually not that successful. I'm good with the light switches. I know where they are.
It seems kind of goofy for you to do that.
I know.
Let me go to next to Carl. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo! All right, Carl, so they made a rule because of what?
So in high school, we were allowed to leave for lunch and get in our vehicles, go uptown, get whatever we wanted. My health teacher was betting that I couldn't make it to Delaware because that's where Taco Bell was. To Taco Bell and back before the period ended. So I jumped in my Mustang, hauled ass across the Delaware Bridge.
It's like Smokey and the Bandit.
That's basically
Steve.
it.
Yeah.
You're encouraging excessive driving, excessive speed.
That's where it comes into play because when I got back into town, I was worried about time, so I'm going 75 down Broadway, and the cops pull into the high school behind me as I'm carrying Taco Bell in.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was the last to be able to leave.
Oh, so they made a rule you couldn't leave campus anymore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ruined it for everybody. I blame the teacher.
So do I.
I blame the teacher, Carl.
What's that?
I said I blame the teacher on that one.
Oh, he was awesome. I can't, I'm not going to.
All right.
I bet you can't get there and back.
I wonder when because when I was in high school, they allowed us to leave campus at lunch as well. If you had a car,
right.
At some point that stopped. But we took advantage of that every day.
It was huge in my high school. I
Yep.
think, and then there was one part where of the year where a kid got hurt, and I think that's where I put the kibosh on it.
All right. Well, awesome examples. Thanks for your call. Think about that today. Talk amongst your friends. They made a rule because I did this. We got to take a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day
Yes,
today.
that's right.
Let's break and come back with that as well. The Bizarre File coming up too. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Well-made displays.
I think it was a Pokemon, yeah. And this kid apparently knocked it over and broke it.
Like smashed it.
And what the guy didn't know, the dad didn't know, is it was like
$5,000.
Yeah, it was like this $7,000 thing. And sorry, you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Now they went back and they ended up watching video, and the kid wasn't like playing around with it or something like that. He had
just knocked it
he had
over.
leaned on it or something along those lines, and so he knocked it over and it
But I would imagine like bigger stores, I don't know where they are, they have some sort of insurance that if something like that happens, you're not going to make the parent pay for $1,000 ceramic Pikachu.
I've heard stories of again,
I've seen
the old adage is you break it, you bought it.
Right, you break, you buy it. And I've seen that at like smaller stores, like especially if they sell glass items, like, especially down the shore, like some of those, little shops down there. If you take the kids in, like you could see everybody tense up and like there's a little sign that says you break it, you buy it.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the owners, like if you walk in, and so we don't have kids, but when people come in with like small kids into places like that, like in New Hope.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
my words before I go in are don't touch anything.
Yeah. No, and I get nervous around stuff like that. If there's shelves with like hundreds of plates or just fragile things.
Yeah.
Like I purposely bring my arms in closer to my body as I walk along.
Likewise.
I try to shrink myself up as much as possible because I know I'm just going to knock something over.
Some help, please?
Yeah.
Because you're terrible. Because you could walk. If you were to go, the way you normally go through, you knock over one thing, you're looking at $300 or $400. You know.
I see Jace's eyes though. Like I watch him, and he's like, "Oh, mom," and what's this? And like he wants to touch it, So that's his way of being like, "Oh, what? I was just asking what it was. I wanted to see what it was. Put it
Don't touch it
down. Don't touch it.
Kill you.
It's $10,000."
So I definitely want to hear the you broke it, you bought it stories, 215-263-WMMR, whether it was you or your kid or whatever, because we've all had that happen.
So I don't know if she ever had to buy it. She might actually be listening right now. But I had a friend who was at a store, and there was in the middle of the store was a nail polish set up. And I think she tripped and fell, and she fell into the nail polish, and all of the nail polish shattered on the floor, broke. Wait, she pretended like she was passed out because she didn't want to get up.
Shut up.
She pretended like she was like knocked out.
Oh, that's great.
And so when they got her up,
that's
she was like,
great.
"Oh my God."
I'm pretending I passed out.
Yeah. She said it's the whole store smelled like nail polish. She didn't know what to do, and so like her friends like escorted her out, and she pretended like she was like super hurt. Meanwhile, they got into the car and they were like hysterical laughing.
Did she just say things like, "I hope the baby survives"?
Oh my God. What I was going to ask, and I've never done this myself, is if you've ever broken something and then try to like hide it on a shelf, underneath other things or shove it way in the back.
Oh, right.
But that's a much better story.
Yep.
You
Oh, my
pretend
God.
just pretend. That's good advice, though. If you break something, pretend you passed out.
By the way, a side subject from this, but whenever you see a movie or a TV show and somebody's walking through the store and there's an elaborate display of some kind of a pyramided...
You know what's going to happen.
You know what's happening, right?
It's like the guys in the movies who have large panes of glass that they're walking across the street with those suction things. You know it's going to happen.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go with Kyle. Hey, Kyle, good morning.
Hey, Mom, turn the radio down.
What's up, Kyle?
Hey, what's going on? So what if a guy threw a shoe at me? Good morning, guys. When I was a little kid, the local grocery store had like this big, huge display of tomato sauce. They had this like huge family-sized jar. And like any other kid, I'd get lost in the grocery store and wander around. And it was back in the day when your parents didn't care. They kind of hoped that one or two of you wandered off.
Right.
And I knocked over this
it had to have been gallons of pasta sauce into the aisle of the grocery store.
Man.
And these are glass
And-
containers?
Oh, yeah, and I'm 5, so I think I could just brush it aside and clean it up. Nobody will know. So I come back to find my mom holding broken pieces of...
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Collected a fine group of stories from the weekend for you, and this is one of them. Unfortunately, nobody was hurt in this thing, but video footage captured the jaw-dropping moment that a box truck exploded in a sleepy Illinois street over the weekend.
This is incredible.
Ring doorbell footage captured the terrifying moment that the Penske rental truck blew up in North Wooddale Road in Addison, Illinois, around 8:45 a.m. on Saturday morning. The explosion created a massive shockwave that damaged multiple homes in the neighborhood, but miraculously claimed no lives. Video shows the large vehicle driving through the residential neighborhood when suddenly smoke begins to billow from the truck before a massive explosion sends debris flying through the air within seconds.
What amazes me is just it's an optical illusion, but the cab part of the truck moves forward and basically looks like the entire thing has just disappeared, like in a puff of smoke.
Yep. So the driver miraculously managed to walk away.
How?
Without, just only minor injuries. Yeah.
Yeah.
So emergency crews.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Dude, that's what it's like. And parts of the truck blew tree branches off.
Yeah. Emergency crews rushed to the scene to find a large debris field scattered across the suburban street.
How you doing? You okay?
Investigators working with the bomb squad and ATF determined quickly there was no indication of anything suspicious.
We think something blew up.
The incident was ruled as an accident caused by a leaking propane tank in the back of the truck.
I remember one time as a Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway on Long Island, they had a propane truck making a delivery. It was 98% empty and it flipped over on its side. They had people evacuate their homes for blocks around the area.
Can't mess with that stuff.
Yep.
This is disturbing. A crypto entrepreneur was arrested Friday after a tourist from Italy told police he was tortured in the suspect's luxury apartment in New York City for more than 2 weeks.
Whoa. You know, this is what they're doing now. They're grabbing these people and torturing them to get their crypto access.
The alleged victim, 28 years old, told police that he arrived in New York from Italy on May 6 and went to the home of the suspect, identified by police as John Weltz. Weltz allegedly took the man's passport and tortured him before he was able to escape Friday morning, running to a traffic enforcement officer for help. The alleged victim was taken to the hospital. The suspect made his initial appearance in court on Saturday, where he was held without bail on charge of kidnapping. And the victim told police that Weltz and another person who is yet to be apprehended beat him, used electric shock, and hanged him off a ledge after he refused to provide his Bitcoin password. When police responded to the home, they found multiple Polaroid pictures of the alleged victim being tied up and tortured in the suspect's Soho apartment, as well as multiple torture items that were out in view as well. A gun was also recovered at the home. So, they've got pictures and the whole deal.
I guess Polaroid is the format most used by kidnappers.
Probably, because you don't have a digital representation of it.
Right.
You get it instantly. Wow. A middle-ranking employee was fired, this is out of England, I believe, for inadvertently exposing his private parts during a video conference. The man, whose identity has not been disclosed for court documents, challenged his former employee for unfair dismissal at a tribunal, but his claim was rejected.
Before we sign off, my balls want to say something.
It was in 2020. The individual joined the Financial Services Compensation Scheme as a specialist. His role was subsequently upgraded to digital production manager the following year, resulting in a salary increase. And on May 8th, 2023, which was a bank holiday due to the King's coronation, the employee was participating in a Microsoft Teams work call with external contractors. And during the call, he stood up to adjust a cable behind his computer, and he was not wearing any clothing below the waist, and his genitals were visible. The employment tribunal was informed that the incident led to a complaint from colleagues. Following the initiation of an investigation by his line manager, the employee provided his version of the events. He said that it was a bank holiday. I did not realize when I folded the laptop camera that the laptop camera was on and pointing to the floor, and then immediately shut down the camera so that I don't know what was seen on the floor. He said it was just an accident and apologizes. He admitted that he does not always, quote, wear full dress at home.
Or any.
He also argued he was not culpable for his actions because they occurred on a bank holiday. But I
apologize.
A senior figure rejected the suggestion that dress code did not apply on public holidays. After being fired, the employee brought a tribunal claim for unfair dismissal as well as race discrimination, and he claimed not only that he had been wrongly dismissed, but also that he had been passed over for a promotion because of discrimination.
It seems like an accident. You remember Jeffrey Toobin on CNN?
Yeah.
He got caught in a Zoom chat pleasuring himself.
But the tribunal panel noted that he had not been required to work on the bank holiday and had in fact chosen to do so. They said, second, even if he were required to work inappropriately, that is no reason for appearing in a state of undress. The panel found that it was reasonable to dismiss the employee.
Wow.
So
Okay.
he does not have a case.
I'm trying to help the guy.
All right, and then we'll end with this story. One wedding guest witnessed a groom smash a forkful of wedding cake into his bride's face and shared the disastrous consequences that followed. He detailed the incident on Reddit, revealing that the bride and groom got divorced less than a year later, which led many users in the forum to speculate on whether or not there is a higher divorce rate when people smash their wedding cake into each other's faces instead of gently feeding each other a bite.
Yeah.
The Redditor now believes there might be a bit of truth to the divorce theory. The man and his wife were attending the wedding of his mom's childhood's best friend's daughter, and everything was fine up until the time they cut the cake. He said, cake time, groom has a forkful, goes to feed it to his bride, but he drags his hand upwards to spear the cake on, I guess, her cheek, he said, and the fork tines end up cutting into her upper lip.
Oh, boy.
God.
And there was like 5 minutes where they were holding a fancy table napkin against her face to stem the bleeding. The guests warned future couples from getting married not to smash wedding cake into their partner's faces unless they tell them to do so.
What did you do when you got married? Just a little bit of taste.
I think we did a little playful smash in the face thing.
And then you break a chair over each other's heads.
In the comments section, fellow Reddit users agreed that it is wrong to smash wedding cake into someone's face unless there's consent. They thought it was especially disrespectful to do so to a bride, considering how long hair and makeup takes and how expensive wedding dresses can be. One woman revealed in a comment section that her husband and her agreed not to smash the cake in each other's faces, but he did it anyway, and she said, it was a sign of things to come. I should have left him right then and there. There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Hey, a reminder that Henderson High School in Westchester is voting for Coolest Teacher of the Year. We'll find out tomorrow morning, bright and early, who the winner of that is. And you can text the word teacher to 610-660-9333 for the voting link. Also, don't forget, we have Tattoos Day. We're giving away a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Go to WMMR.com, the contest page over there. Your chance to win there at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. But do it now before we run out of time. Back in a moment. Lesson, trash, music news. Be right back.
Pasta sauce all over my hands.
Oh, man. Oh.
She must have thought you were bleeding out.
That's what she thought. She
Yeah.
said, "Oh my God, what's blood? What's pasta sauce?" Like it was horrifying.
Hey, Kyle, did they make your folks pay for it, or was there any sort of did they kick your ass out of the store? What happened?
I think they looked at our family funny after that because they knew we were the pasta people. But I'm not sure if they made her pay for it. But if they did, it was probably a couple $100 worth of stuff.
So that would be something where they made this, like Kathy, you talk about having insurance, and I think you're right. For the most part, insurance will cover a lot of this stuff. But also, what if it's something that that the store is made, or it's a one of a kind, or a display?
All right, I do have this story. It's a little bit off topic, but it does involve breaking something, and I had already paid for it. And this is me as a full-grown adult. I had gone to a liquor store, and I had bought a bottle of gin, okay?
Yeah.
And I was, why did I go back? And anyway, I think I had already paid for it, and I forgot something. I came back into the store, and I was in the back of the store, and I dropped it, and it just shatters. And I've already paid for it. And I'm like, you got to be. Or maybe I went outside and dropped it. Anyhow, I dropped this, and I was like, I was like Bluto in Animal House.
Right,
when they dropped the booze. Like, because I just paid for this bottle. And I bring it back in. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm like,
can you fix it?
Can you fix this? No, but what they told me, and I did not know that with alcohol like that, as long as the seal on the cap was not broken, they could take it and give me another one.
Really? So they did?
Yeah. So they gave me another one. So as long as that seal was not broken, that proved that you didn't drink some out of it and go, oops, I dropped it and I need a new one. That they could give me another one.
So they didn't see you with the straw in the parking lot.
Right. I made a little hole.
I was at a store just this past weekend at the beach. It was kind of like Terrain, Kathy. Think about it, where it's like it has all these cute like knickknacks and bric-a-bracs and kitchen things. Plus, you can get lunch there. So while you order, you go and you shop around, and it's beautiful, like pottery and dishes. Everything is breakable.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's very tight aisles, and there's lots of things on the floor. So there's not just like things on tables, but this woman leaned in, and she must have kicked a stand that was set up under the table, and it just started shattering. But it wouldn't stop shattering. There was at least like 9 dishes that fell.
Once and those displays, once it's like that, they're going.
Here's the only thing I think she had going for her. It was definitely like all high school kids that were working there, and everyone was like, what to do? Oh,
Right.
Sorry.
Well,
Enjoy
that's the
your
same
macaroons.
thing. I get so nervous when I'm at Cracker Barrel and you're in that store part. And I remember one time, Preston, I knocked over a Mel Tillis CD and cracked the jewel case. And I was like, oh my God, this must be worth, I don't know, $1.
Right? Oh, God. Here's a text that says, knocked over a saxophone off of a stand in a Sam Ash while test driving a bass guitar. Bent the horn into an oval shape upon impact. $2,700 later, guess what I own now?
Oh my
God. So what are the parameters of the law or insurance coverage? What are they within their rights to exact from you if you are responsible for breaking something they deem? In other words, are they compelled to go? Is it like when you get into an accident and you decide, Kathy, like your situation, are we going to go through insurance or? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you do it outside of that?
I had the same question. What happens if you get in an accident when you're test driving a car?
That's a good question.
You bought
You dig it? You bought it?
I think you sign up for their insurance policy when you take the car off the lot. Don't quote me on that, but I think like in order to do a test drive, you have to sign something that says you are somewhat culpable.
I promise not to break
right,
it.
Yeah.
We're going to calls. You broke it. You bought it. 215-263-WMMR. I have Laura on the line. Hey, Laura. Good morning.
Good morning. If I had a hammer,
I'd hammer in the morning.
I'd beat you with the hammer.
Then I'd flee town.
What's up, Laura?
so recently at a pet store in Harleysville, I won't
know which
name
one.
names.
I know
Yes.
which one. Go ahead.
Yes, we live very close to it, and I took my dog in there to buy dog food, thinking I would spend $30 or $40. And he peed on the entire display rack of handmade raincoats for dogs. And the lady was so pissed. Now, mind you, if it was like a bigger box store like PetSmart or something, like they probably would have been like, oh, they have these cleanup stations. Have a great day. No, this lady was pissed. She gave me like the devil eyes, and she's like, well, now we can't sell them, blah, blah, blah. So they made me buy $50 dog rain jackets. So if anyone is in the market for
Now, a rain jacket, all moisture
Right?
of any type should run right off of that.
Yeah.
And,
I know.
And by
I
the way,
felt
how do
pressured.
you home make? What do you knit a rain? Do you ever see knitted raincoats?
It's hand sewn to fit a dog. I mean,
But I mean,
they're
it's-
probably not mass producing raincoats for dogs.
But I mean, as Preston points out, it's usually some sort of water repellent
It is,
material.
And that's why I was so pissed. Because I was like, just wipe it off. Just Clorox wipe the damn thing.
How many did
But
you have to
no.
buy, Laura?
3.
So you spent $150 on raincoats.
And also, you're bringing an animal into a store, and they know that from time to time,
They're
an
gonna
animal
pee.
might do something like that.
Yeah.
You, as a human being, have very little control over that.
That's why Petco has the Fabergé eggs up on a higher shelf.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that
So
sucks,
they
Laura.
They have since moved that display rack, by the way. I
Yeah.
have been in there since. I thought I would never show my face there again, but I have.
You have to.
And they moved the display rack to a more higher up, which they should have been in the first.
In the first place, yes, absolutely.
All right, thank
Enjoy
you,
the
Laura.
raincoats.
Yeah. Hope for rain.
Anyone's in the market for rain,
Get to use them. Let's go to Keith next. Hey, Keith, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, Bob, what's going on?
So it was like 1999 when those Dell computers came out that were all different colors.
Yes.
So, all right. And probably like $1,000 when they came out, right? Maybe.
Yeah. I put that about that price. Yeah, I think you're on the right path.
So we ride our bikes up to the Best Buy, look at video games, not even really looking at them. And they're all on these shelves. My buddy is a moron and goes, wait, does the shelf pull out? So he tries to pull it out, and all these computers fall behind like two shelves and smash. There's also like CD players on there, like heavy stuff.
Of course.
Just smashes. All of them broke. So managers come over, they grab us up, and they're like, hey, man, like, where's your parents? We don't have any. We're orphans.
We're orphans.
And
I'm Batman.
They're like naming off prices, like it's the years. Like they're going, yeah, that's like 1977. So it's coming to like $8,000, which I thought I'd never see that money in my life. So we're like, all right, well, can we call our parents? And they're like, so you're orphans, whatever. So as we're walking to the office, my friend's just like, time to go. And we just dip, get on our bike. And, like, I've never been back to Deptford. So
You've never been back to Deptford.
Entire
just in
town
case.
behind you.
Even though you've grown up into an adult. So you guys just bolted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, that's probably why Best Buy's going out of business.
Probably what you did in 1999.
That's pretty good, man.
Oh, my God, Keith, I love that story. Oh, man. And listen, as a kid, you just panic, man. You just get out of there. I could totally see that.
Well, when parents have like ultra grabby kids, and you can see, they go into a store like that.
93.3 WMMR. They played the End Barbecue not that long ago. Alive, actually, is the name of the song. 17 minutes after 10 at the Preston and Steve Show. There was a song called So Alive, Love and Rockets. You remember that band?
So Alive.
That was a good song. We welcome you to this Tuesday morning. If you're late to the game, that's okay, too, because we still got some good stuff to be a part of. We have the Tuesday prize to give away. And we also have a new Word of the Week prize this week. It is a chance for you to see Stained at Hard Rock Live at Edis Arena and AC. Not till September 19th, but it comes with an overnight stay, too, at the Hard Rock. So we will get the letter coming up at the end of the program, which is along shortly. But in the meantime, some other things for you to win. Right now, lesson question time. We have a pair of tickets to see Ace Frehley at the Event Center at Rivers Casino coming up on Friday, June 6th. Yes, the Spaceman. Could be a freaking spaceship. On the goddamn stage.
I'll put a goddamn spaceship on the stage.
That clip of him is so
great.
funny.
He was a really good interview.
Big goddamn spaceship on stage. I don't know. So anyway, we'll have to find that. All right, you have to answer this question. What music feature will replace Mandatory Metallica on Mondays?
Yes.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to that. So what musical feature will replace Mandatory Metallica Mondays? All right, if you know the answer, 610-660-9333 is the number. And while you're doing that, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by United Tire and Service. This month, stop into your local United Tire and Service and make a donation to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Get a special offer on 4 new tires. Don't drive alone, drive United. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Rosie O'Donnell posting pictures of her dramatic weight loss on Instagram. O'Donnell says she has finally become the person she wants to be, which is apparently Drew Carey.
Oh, my God.
Billy Ray Cyrus and Elizabeth Hurley taking their romance international, attending the Valentino exhibition in Rome. Billy Ray, who has never been to Rome, says he's eager to see the Eiffel Tower. Hey! And finally, OnlyFans porn star Annie Knight revealing she makes over $200,000 a month from her adult content. Knight says her only overhead is usually a nutsack.
No, that's it. All right, we'll see if you know the answer to this question. what musical feature will replace mandatory Metallica Mondays. And we are going to go to our caller, and that happens to be Brian. Hey, Brian, morning, bud.
Good. How are you guys doing?
Awesome, my man. Okay, so what feature is going to replace mandatory Metallica Mondays?
It's mandatory Manilow.
Manilow, yes. Very well done. All right, hang on, my man. We are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Ace Frehley at the Event Center Rivers Casino Friday, June 6th. And that is it says the only thing more recognizable than Ace Frehley's Spaceman makeup is his signature guitar playing. Kiss fans can see the legend in person at the Event Center at Rivers Casino June 6th. And tickets start at just $39 at riverscasino.com. Must be 21 or older.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. Score major savings with their annual Memorial Day sale. Route 309 in Hatfield or decksupplies.com. So the American Music Awards were yesterday, hosted by Jennifer Lopez. The night was jam-packed with big moments and big performances. Kendrick Lamar led nominations with 10. He only walked away with 1. For favorite hip-hop song, Billie Eilish was the big winner. She won, I think, 7 awards total. Taylor Swift was up for 6 nominations, but ended up walking away with nothing to show for it. She still holds the record for the most wins at 40, though.
So, I'm pretty much, I'm a hep cat.
Yeah.
A hep dude. Billie Eilish, I was unaware that this album had so much heat on it. Were you hearing a lot of Billie Eilish?
I didn't even know she had an album out.
Yeah.
That's how hep I am,
Yeah.
Steve.
And we're both what we call hep cats. Cool dudes.
I want to hear this song because I know just from having my daughters and stuff in the car that Billie Eilish is.
See if it rings a bell, right?
Has come on on my radio, so I want to see.
It's disgusting.
But I want.
What's that on your radio?
Billie Eilish.
Billie Eilish is here, guys. Don't ask.
But I like her. I think she's very talented.
Right.
I was unaware that this album was. That there was a new album.
Okay, so you're talking about Birds of a Feather?
Yeah.
That won Song of the Year.
Nice.
Billie won Artist of the Year. She won Album of the Year. She won Favorite Female Pop Artist. She won Favorite Pop Album and Favorite Pop Song as well. So she just absolutely swept all the categories.
So this is Birds of a Feather. This is not the song that was ringing a bell.
Okay.
Okay, turn up. Bring it up.
I consider her music a vibe.
I need to listen to her more.
Her and her brother are talented.
So the song I was listening to
I like
over
the production of it.
Yeah.
over the weekend, it was really, really slow and
Slow for Billie Eilish is slow.
And
Yeah.
she sings at a very high register, and each verse that she sings, the next verse kind of starts and goes higher up from there. It's really, really pretty.
Okay.
I wish I could remember
And then
the
the
name
dog
of
starts
it.
barking.
Yeah.
Boy, a wild, pretty interesting song. You and I watched True Detective, the most recent one with Jodie Foster.
Yeah.
All the theme song to that was Billie Eilish.
Yes.
That was a really weird, trippy, funky ass song.
Yeah.
So, she's, her, Phineas, that's her brother, right?
Phineas, yeah.
And
very, very talented producer, and
They
obviously she's got the voice to make those things come to life.
I really dig her as an artist, and I think it's because with that last the Barbie song that she sang, I watched her do an interview on why she chose to sing the way that she did, and she really has a strong and powerful voice, but she often doesn't show it.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever hear the song Ocean Eyes, Casey? It came out about a decade ago. It's
a
one of
good
her
song.
earlier songs. Yeah, it's my favorite song by her. And I've mentioned this before, but she did this thing. I always forget if it's GQ or Variety. But she answers the same questions every year on her birthday.
Yes.
And it's really a fascinating glimpse into just taking everything aside, a kid growing up. She started doing these Q&As when she was like 16 years old, and now she's 25, 26 or whatever. And I like seeing her progression, not only as an artist, but just as a person.
So not only she won all those awards, but a few others were awarded, obviously. New Artist of the Year went to Gracie Abrams.
That's J.J. Abrams' daughter, by the way.
Okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
Nice. Then favorite rock artist. We have 2 rock categories. Favorite rock artist was 21 Pilots, actually 3 categories. The favorite rock album also went to 21 Pilots. Their album is called Clancy. But favorite rock song is Linkin Park, The Emptiness Machine.
It's a bit of a surprise.
Which is cool. I really like that tune, yeah.
But they have Zach Bryan in that category as well. I thought Zach Bryan was a country artist.
So
Am
did
just
I.
talking out my ass, or
No.
All right.
I mean, but I guess he can lean rock, and maybe he had a song that, for whatever reason, dude, I don't know. I'm so out of touch. It's pathetic. I'm not even going to try to guess.
I get so confused between Zach Bryan, Luke Bryan, and Zach Brown.
Yeah. Yes.
Those are three different people.
Yeah. All right, so you guys probably saw this, but Billy Joel, who was ramping up for a busy year, has put all his professional plans on hold due to a serious medical issue for at least the next year. He's canceled all concert appearances after being diagnosed with normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is a brain condition that was made worse by recent concert performances, leading to problems with hearing, vision, and balance. So it's like you've heard of having like water on the brain?
It's sort of it. And
Yeah.
the concert schedule would have exacerbated that. So he's going to take a break. And they say the prognosis is, things can return to normal. With treatment, he'll be fine. But it's got to take a bit of time.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll have to get what's called a shunt put in, but we know we have a friend who has that condition and has this shunt essentially drains it.
Oh. Is there an actual external drain? Or is
I don't know how she gets the liquid out, Steve. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I want to say it goes elsewhere in your body.
I know you put the lotion in the basket.
Yeah, it does this whenever it's told, by the way. Canceled dates include solo shows and stops with Sting, Rod Stewart, and Stevie Nicks through July 2026. Back in March, Billy had canceled all his shows through June due to a, quote, undisclosed medical condition, and I'm guessing that's what this is. The Michael Jackson biopic is likely delayed until 2026, but that's not the only change in store for the movie.
See it.
According to Lionsgate film chief Adam Fogelson, they're actually looking at splitting it into two movies. Fogelson said, at the end, when you look at the music library, when you look at what Michael Jackson was able to deliver in terms of music and contributions to art, whether or not that can be fit into one movie comfortably or not is a question that we're absolutely asking. And he recently shared that they caution that they're still looking at the idea.
They're even talking about a third Just Bubbles movie.
And the company would be honing in on their decision in the next few weeks.
Bubbles in the Shadow of Greatness is the title.
And then finally, we won't be getting Godsmack live again for a while. Lead singer Sully Erna said that the band is taking a full year off after the European tour. And it ended last month. In an interview with Hungary's Hammer World, Erna shared that he is not sure that what he'll do next, but might start a new project. He didn't give any details about what it could be. This break comes after the band's drummer, Shannon Larkin, and guitarist Tony Rambola left last year to live quieter lives away from touring. Godsmack's latest album, Lighting Up the Sky, released February 2023, might be their last, as Erna has said that they're not planning new music.
He had suggested he'd be interested in re-engineering the rotisserie grill, the Showtime rotisserie grill.
Re-engineering it?
Yeah, he says that he sees ways that it could be improved.
Wow.
And I think that's amazing.
Well, no wonder he wants it.
I mean, because
he's got that.
He says with the new version, you would just set it and not even have to forget it.
You don't have to forget.
Yeah.
One less thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a busy person. You don't have time to forget things.
The band is now focusing on a fresh start with Erna set to perform a solo concert September 6th at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. Had no idea Connecticut.
That it could be that quick.
All right, that's it. That's it in music news. We're going to take a break. When we return, a couple of things. We'll give away our Tattoos Day prize. We'll get our first letter for the Word of the Week prize, and then we'll hand the reins of this unbridled stallion called WMMR to Mr. Pierre Robert. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston being laid down and kids are just,
Yeah, just grabbing.
Yeah.
I feel like, or even fire alarms to kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they can reach that, stuff like that too.
Here's a text. Listen to this. It says, my 3-year-old thinks it's hilarious to grab candy bars off the shelf and take a bite with the wrapper on, forcing me to buy them every time. I guess that's a way to do it.
Yeah.
You can if you want that candy bar, you definitely just take a bite. You're going to be buying it.
Can you do the same with like a Lamborghini if you go to the dealership and just a bite? Yeah, chew on the wind.
I'm guilty of smushing the candy to see if it's fresh, and then putting that one back and getting another one.
Getting another fresh one?
What are you doing? How can you get a not fresh candy bar?
Or like a
sometimes-
pastry.
Yeah, or like
She just digs her
Twizzlers.
fingers into the
Did
pastry.
you do the same with the
Yeah.
produce, like apples, and take a little bite? Nah, this is good.
No, but I do tell myself that no matter what the apple is, like somebody else picked over that apple.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, while I'm spending too much time trying to pick the right apple, I'm thinking like this apple was picked over by somebody else.
No, I don't know what you mean. Picked over.
Like somebody else
Somebody passed up on it.
passed up on it. Somebody
Okay.
else didn't take it
Wasn't
home.
a good one.
Yes,
So
and
it's
how
not
does
the
that how
best
does that
one.
make you feel?
Preston, you wanna unpack this right now?
I'm not understanding. So you're saying that all the good apples are taken already, and you're left with the dregs?
Yeah. I'm like the second best apples are left.
These are the. What if they just put them out and you've got
Yeah.
to pick of the litter?
What if you just got there?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Should never
You don't
thought
know.
of it that way.
Thanks. See,
This
you
is a
turned it
moral.
around.
This is a moral crisis you're going through now.
God, I need to talk to you guys more often.
Here's a text that says, "Color Me Mine sends me into a cold sweat. I loudly lectured my 2 children during a very crowded holiday weekend not to touch anything. Then picked up one of the largest ceramics,
I'm not sure what that word is.
a Senkan cookie jar. Flipped it upside down to see the price, and
no.
the head flew off,
Oh, no.
bounced twice, and then shattered.
Wait, so the person did it, not the kid?
Yeah,
the adult.
I guess so,
To
yeah.
get it away from the kids.
Oh my God.
It wasn't so much
I love that.
the cost, but the audible gasps from all the other mothers there was the worst.
That space, Preston. It's like when you get kicked in the balls, and that time that it freezes in time for the pain. When something like glass, you drop it, it has the clink clink, lifts up, for like a nanosecond, and then comes back down. It's always the second or third bounce on which it crashes. It's like, God damn it.
Here's a text that says, regarding you break it, you bought it. I'm a civil attorney. If a store puts something on display that they they take the risk that something may be broken,
Right.
and there is no need to pay for it. You do not have to pay for anything that gets broken unless you do it intentionally.
Go take those raincoats back.
Take it back.
Yeah.
In fact, she takes them back. She should piss on them in front of. So that's
That's
interesting.
what I mean. It's part of like the store insurance. It's like if somebody were to come into your store and get hurt, like you have, you know what I'm saying? You have insurance that's going to cover.
I think they're saying that by what this gentleman or woman is saying, it's because they have opted to put this out as a display. You are absolved, from anything having to
agree
do with
with that, yeah.
So you can't be compelled to pay for this then.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's the
Even
right
if
thing.
your dog pissed on it.
This wasn't a you break it, you buy it thing, but maybe it was. Remember, we had a conversation about they made a rule because of me.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
This says didn't break it, but I reached out and pushed the Liberty Bell when I was 6, and the whole thing swung on its mount.
Oh my God.
Holy Jesus.
Not sure that they would let me take it home if I broke it, though.
Well, it's already broken.
Like when they ceremonially ring that bell,
Yeah.
they take a little soft mallet
Right.
and just touch it
Right.
to it. Like they don't actually hit it and ring it.
Yeah.
So the fact that this guy reached out and pushed it and it swung, they had to have freaked out when that happened. And then they went to a cave in Hawaii.
Yes, and then Vincent Price.
By the way, Casey's not here today. In case you hear some mystery sounds, Marissa is doing her damnedest, doing her best to wrangle the sound effects. So,
Jace didn't break anything, but he loves cars and he loves exotic cars. And so we saw a Lamborghini parked in front of a hotel, and he's like, "Mom, can I go look at the headlights?" He's obsessed with the front of the cars and the headlights. I said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And so he walks over, he's like inspecting it, and then he's like, "Wow," he's like, "This is so cool." And I'm like slightly across the street just waiting for him. And as he walks around the side of the car, he takes his hand and he runs it down the whole side of the car. Now, listen, not a big deal. He didn't
Was
scratch
he
any-
holding keys?
But people who have that car. Like now it's like
Yeah.
a little kid's handprint down the whole side of his
Uh-huh.
car. I was like, oh man.
Look, I got the hood ornament, Mommy.
Yeah, seriously. I was like,
that
oh,
used to be a
get
thing.
outta here.
Yeah.
here's a text that says, used to work at Walmart, broke an extremely expensive exercise equipment piece. I was bored out of my mind, and I was doing something I shouldn't have been doing, and knocked it off the shelf and shattered a bunch of pieces on it. I put it back on the shelf, set it up so that it looks okay. Customer went to use it weeks later, and it broke instantly.
Oh, what'd you do?
Customer was insanely embarrassed and was just happy no one found out it was me.
Dear God, man, don't you have any sense?
Oh my God,
of how fragile things are,
sir, what are you doing?
Have some respect for the people of the store who work diligently to make sure these things are safely displayed.
Wow.
You are to leave this Walmart.
Well, it happens. It definitely happens. So, all right. Well, thank you for the stories. We appreciate that. We do need to take a break. As I said earlier, Casey is out today, so Marissa Magnata is playing the role of Casey Boy here in our studio today. And she's handing me things to give away, and I will comply because we have tickets to see Jurassic World Dominion.
Cool.
We have a 4-pack of tickets, and this screening will be Tuesday the 7th, so it'll be a week from today at 7 p.m. at the UA King of Prussia, and then it hits theaters on June 10th. So we'll take callers 8, 9, and 10. At 215-263-WMMR, and those passes are on us. And while you're calling, you may want to text as well when you get a chance because we have a Tattoo Day today. It's a chance for win with a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing for your Preston and Steve themed tattoo. They are located at 1729 South Street in Philly, and you can check out their artwork samples. Go to floatingworldtattoo.com or do a search on the Instagram. You'll be able to check them out there, too. We'll take a break. I got some B-File stories. I think you're going to like them. We'll get to them when we return. Stay there.
You know, Adam Sandler's a good actor.
Yep.
The trailer looks solid. You know that they were authentically shooting all around the area.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very psyched.
Yep. Casey kind of exhaled. What?
Rocky's number one, right?
Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Well, yes, of course it's going to be number one, right?
No, it's not.
No. All right, so...
it's Racing Stripes.
Number 10 on this list is Rocky 2. So that's when he ends up beating Apollo, right?
Yeah. You know what? I like Rocky too. It's not, oddly enough, it's very dismissible for me.
To me, it seems like Rocky was so successful that they were like, we need to do Rocky over again, but he wins at the end.
You kind of nailed it, and it was sort of the inevitable. He had to win. It was. So I guess that's why it held less impact for me because you knew what was going to happen.
Yeah,
and he had to win. And you know, they had the Adrian in the coma in the hospital and all that stuff. It was Stallone directing, and he proved he could direct.
Steve, so you mentioned Adrian in the coma.
What are we waiting for? Come on! Yeah, what are we waiting for?
And you see, you don't see it, Preston, but as Mickey's in his zeal to get out of he pulls out one of the IVs.
Oh, he yanks the whole thing. She goes,
hey, I got some bad news. Somehow, one of her wires popped out and she's dead.
Is that the one where he chases the chicken too? When he's training him and has him.
And he's it's really well done. He had the priest. He has the priest that he yells to from the window. He's driving the Trans Am. Remember that? Yeah. It's well done.
Is that really where the bells come in, like the boom, and when the Rocky theme starts?
Yes.
Like that. Not that.
No. Okay.
The hell was that?
You know, is that the bell that they use at Eagles games?
Yeah, they use it a lot in sports events now. It's the best of the pumping you up Rocky theme music.
Yes, I agree. I love that. But Steve, I think I speak for you. There's 2 movies in that franchise, Rocky 1 and Rocky Balboa.
And sometimes I like people don't. How can you not see it?
Yeah.
I love them both. Those to me capture that spirit. And God almighty, Rocky's so good. I just watched it again in its entirety straight through, and you just appreciate how fantastic it is.
Yeah.
Rocky.
Rolling Stones, Angry. Love that song. 93.3 WMMR. We are wrapping our program for the day. About 10:40 on this Tuesday morning. And thank you very much for being a part of it. We've had a lot of things to remind you about, like the back to school. I'm sorry, not back to school, but the Coolest Teacher of the Year. We have reinstated that after a little weekend off, and now we have Henderson High School in Westchester, so we will see who they come up with tomorrow morning and find out the coolest teacher and award them the prize, which is pretty cool. We need to get our winner for Tattoo Tuesday. That's one of the things we need to do today. And we're going to congratulate Mr. Mike Perillo from Newcastle, Delaware. And Mike is going to get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. And hopefully we'll see what kind of tattoo he gets later on. If you want to check out artwork samples, you can go to floatingworldtattoos.com or on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. So congratulations to you, bud. Pierre Aubert is here, back from a holiday weekend, as are we. How you doing today, man?
Good. Came up from, well, you guys did, that Keenan thing was wild.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. And then Ryan and I were up at Tropicana in Atlantic City. That was fun. And then I went and slept on the beach. I said, I'm tired. I've been working all day. And I just said, I'm going to go lay down on the beach. And I walked out on the beach and fell asleep by one of the lifeboats that's at Atlantic City.
Did you just lay on the sand, or did you have a towel or anything?
I had nothing.
All right.
People were giving me money and food. It was really
sure.
good.
Isn't that nice of them?
Very kind of them. Then it came up, and then, man, you were talking about concerts in the last segment or a couple segments ago. It was such a packed weekend. You had Metallica Friday night and again on Sunday night, but you also had Post Malone on, that was Saturday night, or Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark at the Keswick Theater.
That's cool.
I love that band.
That's a great band.
And also Barry Manilow. Yeah. And then Metallica again on Sunday night. It was over, and so I did the double M. I did Manilow, Metallica.
Yeah. How was Manilow?
Barry Manilow, I have to tell you, he's 81.
Yeah.
He's not quite in Mick Jagger's 81 shape. However, it was very Vegas, a very Vegas production.
Yeah, you'd figure.
And it's like a 12, 13, 14-piece band, backup singers and stuff, several blazer changes from bright pink to like a leather jacket for one, and a couple more things. But anyone that does Copacabana, this is the hottest spot north of Havana.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And his voice seemed pretty good in clips I was hearing, was it?
Yeah, his voice was good. And he was very self-deprecating. He goes, it's amazing to be an 81-year-old sex symbol, stuff like that. So he was making fun of himself and having fun. And the audience really just loved him. It was quite wild. And then for something entirely different the next night, Metallica. And that was absolutely wild. So it's quite a weekend of music. And so the idea that you could have gone on Saturday to Barry Manilow or Post Malone, or OMD, or Sunday you could go to Metallica, and there was a bunch of other bands that were playing. It's just incredible. It speaks to the vitality musically of this town and how much there is to offer.
And it's just kicking off. It's the beginning, not even technically the summer, so the schedule looks pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, it is it doesn't seem quite as busy as last summer to me for some reason, but it's still an action-packed summer, and an action-packed weekend. Great fun.
Nice.
Excellent. If you don't mind, we can get a letter from you if we can get started with that. So here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in summer.
All right. We have one letter, and now we have three more to go. That's it, because only four makes up the word this week. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Stained at Hard Rock Live at Addis Arena in Atlantic City on Friday, September 19th, plus an overnight stay at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino that night. Tickets for Stained Friday, September 19th at Hard Rock NAC are on sale now via Ticketmaster if you want to grab those. What's up on the program today?
Also, Alice Cooper was at the shore over the weekend. There was a lot going on. Let's see. Well, first of all, I want to mention that Thursday will be our playback of the Mammoth concert and interview. So Thursday at noon, set your schedules for that for Wolfgang Van Halen and company playing for us and a conversation. For today, we've got workforce blocks of Bob Dylan, who is 84 as of Saturday. So we'll do a block. 3 Days Grace for Adam's birthday from the band, who had a birthday on Sunday. And Allman Brothers in the blocks today.
Yeah, love it. Thank you, Pierre. And I would like to thank our sponsors. The President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, it'll be a Wednesday, so we'll do a Fox Good Day hit. Our buddy Kevin Bacon is checking in via Zoom tomorrow. And we're also going to have Jane and Guy Gardreau. They are the parents of Matthew and Johnny Gardreau. They were both killed. Remember, Johnny was a professional hockey player.
Horrible story.
Tragic story, but we will talk with the parents and find out. I think there's an event coming up, and they want to share the story. So we will get into that and more tomorrow morning. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.